Hello guys, this is Dark Fox Sage 2 and we are back with our new fanfic, which is What If Naruto Lost His Eyes During the Battle Part 2. And if you enjoy this fanfic, then please press the like button and please subscribe to the channel. It motivates me to upload more fanfic like these for you all. Now let's start the fanfiction. Naruto-kun looks so cute, so peaceful when he's asleep, even with those bandages covering his beautiful blue eyes. He looks a lot better than he did a few hours ago. I can still feel some of the dampness from his tears on my shoulder. It still pains me that I had to see him that way, but I'm grateful that I was there to help him. I'm thankful that my courage didn't fail me and make me run away. I helped him, and then my dreams came true. My courage held up and I actually told him how I feel. Well, he worked it out. But I still cannot believe that we are together now. I have to keep myself from thinking that I'm just going to wake up, like so many times before. I was surprised when no guards questioned us when we arrived at the estate. In fact, I didn't even see any guards. In any case, I'm just glad no one came to question us. We walked in without anyone noticing, made our way through the estate without so much as seeing another person, although with a house this big, it's no great accomplishment. With the hour being so late, I thought it would be best if I brought him to my room instead of putting him in a spare room where he might be found. I didn't tell Naruto-kun because I was slightly embarrassed. I guided him to my bed and he lay down. I don't think he had hit the mattress before he fell asleep. No wonder. He must have been emotionally exhausted and his mind needed to recharge. Not me, however. My mind was moving in too many directions for me to fall asleep. I took the chair from my desk and put it next to the bed. Here I've sat for almost 3 hours, unable to take my eyes off Naruto-kun. Everyone else in the clan must be asleep by now, aside from those assigned to guard duty, to which I still don't know why they didn't appear and even ask us what we were doing. It was only going to be for tonight, and then we can go see Hokage-sama about Naruto-kun's apartment in the morning. I hope he wakes up early enough. I don't want to have to explain things to father. But at the same time, I don't want to wake him too early. He will need every second of sleep in his current situation. It's unbelievable how many times Naruto-kun has helped me. Giving me courage, cheering me up and giving me purpose. He even saved my life once. He didn't know he had done so, but I am still grateful. It was a couple of weeks ago. I had been insulted by my sister. She got overconfident during one of our sparring matches. I just saw red and I struck her. I broke her nose. She may have deserved it, but I still felt terrible. Father was furious. He kept on telling me I was a failure, that I do not deserve the title. Hyuga. A part of me wanted to scream out that he was wrong, but I couldn't even raise my head to him. I ran. My eyes overflowed with tears. Why couldn't I be good enough for the clan? If Hanabi had hit me and broke my nose, father wouldn't care. Though Hanabi was a little busy at the time to say anything to me, father had taken her to the medics in the house to get her fixed up. I was feeling alone. The pain I felt could almost be compared to Naruto-kun's. I ran as far as I could and as hard as I could. But that didn't help. The pain, the feelings caught up with me. I couldn't stand it anymore. I would end it that night. I would not live to see another day of pain. I couldn't be anything more than a failure in my family's eyes. I would never amount to anything, and worst of all, Naruto-kun would never notice me. I collapsed, and completely toppled over onto the dry dirt of a small side street, far away from anything that could endanger my life. I couldn't do anything right. I cried there for I don't know how long. After an unknown amount of time I looked up, and there was the person who I have longed for as long as I can remember. The only person I know who had ever given me encouragement that actually helped me. He looked at me. I couldn't really see his eyes clearly. My eyes were teary and it was kind of dark. I didn't want him to see me in this way, so I pulled myself into a tight ball on the ground in a vain attempt for him not to see me. Then he sat down on the ground next to my shivering, crying form and put his arm on me. I felt the warmth begin to spread from the spot where his hand lay. I decided that I was strong enough and I sat up, but I couldn't bear to face him, let alone speak. Then he said something that made me feel whole again, Something that made me happy for the first time in a long time. It's not your fault. I smiled. I tried to say, thank you, but I couldn't form any words. A few more tears leaked from my eyes, but they were ones of happiness. But as always, he understood. He helped me up of the ground and walked me home, though I still couldn't say anything. I didn't want to go back home, but then I remembered Naruto-kun's way of life. I realized that I should not run away, that I should stand against it. I went home. Naruto-kun left at the gates and I walked in alone. I made my way to my room, but on the way, I ran into my father. He stared at me for over 10 minutes and I forced my head to keep sight of him. But my eyesight couldn't stay on him. Then he spoke. Hanabi is all right, he said, and I felt a dull pain throb in my chest once again. Is Hanabi all father cares about? Hinata, you are now old enough and strong enough to receive the training, though it is your own decision, he continued. I was speechless. He had called me strong and even thought I was ready. I pushed my words out with all my might, but even then it still sounded weak in my current state. Why yes father. Without another word he walked away. I decided not to wait and went to my room to sleep. The following days were some of the happiest I had spent in the family. Though few things had actually changed except for my attitude. Hanabi was treating me better due to our little match and I was more confident. Father had even stopped calling me a failure. Of course he still favored Hanabi, but it was to be expected. I can't believe that I am going to receive the training from the elders tomorrow. Perhaps father will actually look at me with pride after this. I am still very nervous. I can still hear Neji Nisan's warnings, and thoughts surface within me that maybe I should have listened. But then the image of Naruto-kun appears in my mind and I get filled with strength. Then there is no longer any doubt in my mind. I will become stronger. I will be able to protect the ones I care about, the ones I love. Naruto-kun is sleeping peacefully and even snoring slightly. Every now and again he twitches and lightly kicks his legs, like Akamaru when he's asleep. It's actually hypnotically cute when he does that. I can really feel a weight on my eyes. It's becoming hard to keep them open. It's as if I'm afraid if I close them then this all might be a dream. Once again I have to tell myself that that is not the truth. Naruto-kun and I are together and he is currently asleep in my bed while I am watching him sleep. I now feel confident that I can go to sleep and he won't disappear, but then a problem rose up to my thoughts that I didn't consider before. Where am I going to sleep? I can't exactly get into bed with Naruto-kun, and I can't get to sleep on a chair. I can see no other alternative than to sleep on the floor. I'm going to be sore in the morning though. I get up off the chair and lie down on the rug next to my bed. The floor is uncomfortable but not too much that I won't get any sleep. I curl up on the ground and shut my eyes, feeling very happy with the day's events. I can feel myself drifting inside my mind. Now almost nothing matters to me. I feel at peace. Good night Naruto-kun. Hyuga Hiyashi sat in his study, meditating over the events of the day when a knock sounded on the outside of his door. Hiyashi was slightly annoyed at the interruption, but allowed the person to come in. Enter, he said plainly. The door opened to reveal a medium-sized man, wearing a black cloak. His eyes were of Hyuga birth. The area around his eyes seemed to be permanently marked from overuse of Byakugan. He was a watchman, one of two Hyuga who stood atop the Hyuga mansion with their Byakugan active for a full 12 hours at a time, each. They look for any possible threats or events that are worth mentioning. They are in charge of the guards that protect the estate. They inform them of where to go in the event of invasion. In turn, they are commanded by Hyuga Hiyashi himself. State your purpose, watchman, Hiyashi said, his eyes still closed. Lord Hiyashi, your elder daughter and one companion approach the estate, the watchman said. Who is the companion? Hiyashi asked, opening his eyes to look at the man that stood in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto. He and your daughter seem to be walking together, he informed Hiyashi. Explain to me how this event merits your permission to leave your post, Hiyashi said, his voice held annoyance. They have joined hands and the heir is resting her head on the boy's shoulder, the watchman said. Hiyashi straightened up and stared daggers into the watchman's weary eyes. What are your orders, my lord? The man asked, feeling slightly intimidated. Hiyashi sighed, broke eye contact with the watchman and settled into a meditative stance. Nothing. Inform the guards to stay out of their way. Do not give them any hassle, but keep an eye on them just in case, Hiyashi ordered. He didn't like the fact that Hinata had brought Naruto to the house for the second time in one day, but he trusted his daughter enough not to do anything. Yes, my lord, the watchman bowed and left the study. Why does Hiyashi-sama allow the heir to be around the demon? He could easily arrange for someone else to be with the Kyuubi brat, the watchman thought as he made his way through the hidden passageways to his tower. I will talk with Hinata tomorrow, Hiyashi thought. Following morning, Naruto awoke sleepily. He couldn't quite remember what had happened the previous evening. Mind you, in the morning Naruto had trouble remembering his own name. As Naruto's memory began to return, he remembered that his apartment was trashed, then he remembered Hinata's words to him. The spark of pain felt when he remembered about his home was washed away as he thought back to Hinata. Naruto took note of the fact that he was lying in a very comfortable bed and that his own bed was not in any state to comfort. Naruto was confused. All became clear, however, when he heard the angelic breaths of the girl of his thoughts beside him. Naruto smiled and blushed, as he began to realize where he was. Naruto sat up in the bed he was currently lying in and activated his chakra sense. He still couldn't make out everything to the detail, but he was improving. He noted that the barely moving form next to the bed on the ground was Hinata. Naruto was very careful as he stood up that he didn't stand on Hinata. Once he was out of the bed, Naruto crouched down beside Hinata and placed his hand on what he hoped was her shoulder. Once his hand rested on her, he gently shook her. Hinata-chan, time to get up, Naruto said softly. Hinata groaned and rolled over. Clearly she didn't like getting up early. Naruto-kun, Hinata said, still asleep. Naruto sniggered and blushed once again. Come on, Hinata-chan, get up already. Naruto was shaking her shoulders slightly harder. Naruto-kun. Oh, I'm sorry. Hinata awoke with a start to the face of the one she loved. Ah, good. Welcome back to the world of the waking, Hinata-chan. I never would have figured you for a heavy sleeper, Naruto joked. Hinata smiled and abruptly yawned, reminding herself of the early hour. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted as she got up into a sitting position, rubbing a few bruises that had formed during the night. Hinata leaned to the side to look past Naruto and out of the window. There was not much light outside, so it was clear that it could only be a little past 6. Did you sleep well, Hinata-chan? Naruto offered his hand to her so he could help her to her feet. Hinata took his hand and stood up, her knees feeling slightly stiff and her other joints clicking. Yes, thank you Naruto-kun, Hinata said. You know, I should have slept on the floor instead of you, Naruto said, not really knowing what to do or what to say to the girl in front of him who was now his girlfriend. You needed the bed more than me, besides, it's too late to be worrying about that, Hinata explained. Fair enough, but if this ever happens again, I must insist that you take the bed, Naruto smiled. Shall we go to the Hokage's office then? Hinata suggested. She really wanted to get out of the house before they saw Neji, or worse, her father. Why? Naruto asked, feeling confused. About your apartment, Naruto-kun, Hinata knew she should tread lightly around that particular subject. Oh right, well, not this early in the morning, hell hath no fury like Obakun too early in the morning, Naruto said. In that case, do you need to go back to your home to get anything? At this point, Hinata was desperate to find a reason to get out of the house before an unfortunate meeting with anyone. Yeah, okay. I should really get back before any stray animals decide to move in, Naruto reasoned. Hinata silently breathed a sigh of relief. Without thinking, she took Naruto's hand and moved towards her bedroom door. She made it about 2 paces before she realized what she had done. A deep blush formed on her face. She turned back to look at Naruto. He didn't seem to mind. Hinata smiled and continued towards her door. Hinata slid open her door and peered out to make sure the hallway was clear. Hinata-chan. Naruto wondered why Hinata had stopped again. Oh, sorry, Naruto-kun. Hinata was almost lost in the softness of Naruto's hand but decided that she should get out of the house before she dwelled on such thoughts. When Hinata decided that there was nobody about, she walked forwards, leading Naruto by the hand. Something wrong, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, confused as to why she was almost dragging him around. Hinata turned her head and realized what she had been doing. Nothing's wrong, Naruto-kun. I just would like to make a quick start today, Hinata said. A terrifying thought surfaced in Naruto's mind. You're ashamed to be seen with me, Naruto said sadly. It's okay, you wouldn't be the first. Naruto continued his negative thoughts. Hinata's blush faded as she began to feel guilty. It's not that, Naruto-kun. I would just like to avoid getting into any arguments with my family about, as Hinata's blush crept beneath her eyes. Naruto adjusted his hand and interlocked his fingers with Hinata's and smiled at her. Alright, I understand, Naruto said. I did mean what I said last night, Naruto-kun, I'll love you. Hinata's blush grew but she managed the words out with ease. Naruto gave his true smile and squeezed her hand in an affectionate way. I love you too, Naruto replied. He pulled her close for a hug. Hinata felt content in his embrace. She leaned her head against his. Naruto turned his head and kissed her on the cheek. Hinata returned the favor. Naruto pulled his head back slightly as did Hinata so that they were facing one another. Hinata began leaning forward. Naruto could feel her movements and he too began leaning forward. His heart was speeding up. It wouldn't surprise him if his heart now looked like the Rasengan. Hinata was in a similar situation. She didn't know how she got into this, but she wasn't about to stop it. Her face was red, her palms were sweaty and her knees could give way at any time. Their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Hinata, a word please, the deep oh so familiar voice sounded and shattered Naruto and Hinata's moment together. Naruto was feeling very embarrassed that they had been interrupted and Hinata's worst-case scenario had played out. Her father stood approximately 6 foot away with his face set in stone looking at the pair of them. Father. Hinata's mind went blank. Boy, wait in the dining hall, I need to talk with my daughter, Hiashi said. A servant approached Naruto and took his arm. He struggled at first, until Hinata calmed him. It's okay, Naruto-kun, I'll be there shortly, Hinata said as she rubbed his arm. Naruto nodded and allowed himself to be guided away by the servant. After Naruto had been taken away, Hiashi and Hinata stood facing each other. Hinata was feeling very nervous but was determined not to show it. Hinata, what is the meaning of this? Why is that boy in this house? Hiashi asked. I have already informed you of my duties to help end Naruto-kun. During the time of his injuries, Hinata reminded him, being careful not to anger him. What is he doing here? Hiashi asked again. His apartment was broken into last night, he had nowhere else to go, so we came here. Hinata applauded herself for not stuttering, although her words were difficult to hear. Hiashi nodded slightly. One of his questions had been answered but one still remained. What were you and that boy doing just now? Hiashi asked. We are together, Hinata explained. Any confidence she had been building up had just been broken. How does the boy feel? Hinata didn't see why her father was bombarding her with questions. He loves me, and I'll love him, Hinata confessed quietly. Hiashi wasn't comfortable with the idea of her daughter and the demon child of Konoha as an item, but if it made his daughter happy. I shall not bar you from seeing each other, but if he treats you with anything less than love and respect then you will be expected to leave him. But know this, your first obligation is to the duties of the main house, not to some boy. Hinata was practically in shock. Her father hadn't instantly ordered the beheading of Naruto once he had found out that they were in love, plus the fact that he was concerned for her. It was unwarranted seeing as she knew that Naruto would always treat her right, but she wasn't completely in understanding of what Hiyashi meant about her obligations. I shall talk with the boy, you stay outside the hall until I am done, Hiyashi ordered. Yes, father. Hinata was uncomfortable with the idea of Naruto and her father alone, but she guessed that she should be more than grateful that her father was going to allow them to be together. Naruto was sitting at the table in the dining hall. Although he had been offered food, he refused and waited in silence for Hiyashi. Boy, Hiyashi's firm voice sounded behind him. Naruto didn't even flinch at the unexpected voice. He merely stood to face the voice. Naruto was feeling alone without Hinata by his side, but he decided that he would get through it. Can I help you, sir? Naruto asked formally. How do you feel about my daughter? Hiyashi asked. I love her, Naruto declared with the most serious voice he had ever used. Hiyashi's eyebrow twitched the tiniest amount. I had hoped it were not true, that way I could have kept them apart, Hiyashi thought. I gave my word to Hinata. Now I have no other choice than to allow them to be together, Hiyashi thought. Do you promise to protect her, even if it costs your own life? Hiyashi asked seriously. Naruto answered instantly. He didn't need to think about it. I would go through anything to see that Hinata-chan is safe. If giving my life will accomplish this, then I will gladly do it, Naruto said. I will not take back my words. Naruto saw fit to use his way of the ninja. I have explained this to Hinata, and I expect you to understand. Hinata is obligated to the Hyuga. Someday it will be up to her to decide the path of which we take. She is not obligated to you. If she is given the inescapable choice between you and the Hyuga, she will be expected to do right by her family. Naruto didn't like the sound of that, but he knew that he didn't have a choice. I understand, Hiyashi-sama. Naruto forced the words out with a bow. One last thing, boy. Does Hinata know about your secret? Hiyashi asked. Naruto was surprised. Yes, she practically forced it out of me, but in the end I chose to tell her, so any consequences that have to be handed out, should be dealt to me, Naruto said. Hiyashi nodded in approval. That will not be necessary, but it is good that you are willing to take responsibility, Hiyashi said. Thank you, sir. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Boy, know and remember this. I believe that you are not worthy of my daughter, but she seems to be happy with you, so I will allow it, but you have yet to earn my respect. Hiyashi said nothing more and walked out of the dining hall. On his way out he signaled for Hinata to enter. Hinata bowed to her father on his way out, and then ran into the hall, to see Naruto. Naruto-kun, Hinata said when she reached him. Huh, oh, Hinata-chan. That wasn't so bad, he's actually letting us be together, Naruto said happily. Shall we leave, Naruto-kun? Hinata suggested. Yeah, sure. Come on. Hinata took Naruto's hand fearlessly and walked forwards, at a slower pace than before since there was nothing for her to be afraid of anymore. The pair walked through the estate hand in hand, attracting one or two stares from the house servants but not ones of disapproval. After a brisk walk through the estate, Naruto and Hinata walked outside of the house and approached the main gate. This time Hinata saw that there were a few guards around, unlike the night previous. But Hinata wasn't worried. Her biggest fear was her father, and he had approved the pairing of the two. The guards glanced down from their posts briefly, but didn't make any kind of motion to show if they cared at all. The pair walked through the open gates that controlled entry to the estate. There were few people out on the street as they moved through the streets towards Naruto's home. Hinata had to admit, ever since Naruto had started using his chakra sense, the task of guiding him was a lot easier. Hey, Hinata-chan, how are we going to tell everyone about us? Naruto said out of the blue. Hinata was about to answer until she realized that she had nothing to say. She had never thought about how they were going to tell everyone. I don't know, Hinata said. Naruto thought about it. How about we let them figure it out? Naruto suggested. Hinata wasn't sure, but her lack of better ideas, she agreed. Okay, Hinata said. The two walked for a bit until they arrived at Naruto's house. Like they had done before, they climbed the stairs. Hinata held onto Naruto, but it was a loose grip. After his fight the day before, Naruto had absolutely no problems with using his chakra sense to feel the stairs. Naruto still couldn't feel exact shapes with his full body, and it didn't seem to be improving, but he figured that it was good enough. Besides, if he had any problems he still could use his hands. Naruto stepped off onto the second-story landing with Hinata close at his side. Hey, Hinata-chan, when are you going away to train? Naruto asked. Hinata turned her head in surprise. Oh no, I forgot. And I haven't even read the scroll father gave me, Hinata thought in worry, feeling the scroll in her equipment pouch. I guess I'll head home in the afternoon, Hinata said. Where are we going to meet Jiraiya-sama? She asked. Naruto couldn't recall that Jiraiya specified a time to meet them. He didn't say, I guess I'll just go and meet him when you go to train, Naruto explained. How will you find him? Hinata asked. Naruto blushed angrily. Long story, Naruto put bluntly. Hinata and Naruto approached his apartment door. Feelings of deja vu surfaced as she saw another note attached to the door frame, though this one was put up with a pin, not a kunai. Naruto-kun, there's another note. Hinata was afraid of what the note might say. She looked at Naruto, whose face had gone blank. What does it say? He asked unemotionally. It's your notice of eviction, you little brat. A stern female voice came from behind them. Hinata turned to look at the woman. She was a small and thin woman, who had very gray hair. Who the hell are you? Naruto said angrily, not liking this woman who had barged in. The hell, I'm your landlady, brat. The woman spat. Naruto looked confused. I have a landlady? Naruto asked. The woman narrowed her eyes. Not anymore. You haven't paid rent in 3 months, as if that weren't bad enough. I come and find that your apartment is a tip. The woman was clearly angry. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Rent. I have never paid rent. Since when do I have to pay rent? Naruto asked. You didn't pay rent, but the third did. Every month he'd arrange for some money to be paid to me, and I let you stay. But the third has passed on, and now, no one is paying me anything, so you are officially evicted. You have till the end of the day to remove your things and leave before I put this place up for rent, the landlady explained. This is totally unfair. I didn't know about this. You should have told me about it. Naruto was getting angrier. Hinata squeezed his hand softly. Naruto-kun, please calm down, Hinata whispered in his ear. She didn't want him to get too worked up. Naruto let out a breath. What if I start paying you rent? Will that satisfy you? Naruto asked. No, I don't want you in my building, the old woman said. You can't do that. You have no right. If I have every right. This apartment block belongs to me, and I exercise my right to refuse anyone I don't want. Now, unless you're going to get your belongings, get the hell out of my building. The woman was clearly angry. You're lucky I can't see or you'd be sorry. I'll be back, hag, Naruto said angrily. He turned on his heel and walked towards the stairs. Hinata quickly caught up to Naruto and carefully grabbed his arm in an attempt to slow him down before he might fall down the stairs. Naruto-kun, that damn hag, she has no right. Where the hell am I going to stay? Naruto asked. Let's go see the Hokage, Hinata suggested. Alright, sorry Hinata-chan, it just pisses me off when they hold him against me, Naruto said as he rubbed his seal. Hinata nodded in understanding. You shouldn't worry about it Naruto-kun, I don't, Hinata said. Naruto didn't say anything but did smile softly. Hinata let go of Naruto's arm and took hold of his hand. Maybe Hokage-sama can do something about your apartment, Hinata suggested as she put her hand on the stair rail. Naruto sensed the stairs and put his other hand on the rail, like Hinata did. Suppose you're right, Naruto said as he slowly descended the stairs. What time is it? Naruto asked. Hinata turned her head to look at a clock on the wall. 9:15, Hinata said. Naruto nodded his head. It's gonna be a long day, he sighed. After the two had left the apartment building, they walked through the streets to the Hokage office. Even although Naruto could use his chakra sense to avoid obstacles, he had no sense of direction in his sightless state and thus, needed Hinata to guide him. Before too long they arrived at the Hokage office building. After entering they headed straight to Tsunade's office. Hinata assumed that Tsunade would be asleep, so she didn't bother knocking and just walked in with Naruto. What she saw shocked her. Tsunade was awake and actually doing her work. "Don't you know how to knock?" Tsunade asked, slightly irritated. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama," Hinata apologized. "Have a seat then." Tsunade noticed that the pair were holding hands. She quickly figured that they were now more than friends. She smiled to herself. "So what do you two want?" Tsunade asked with a devious smile after they had sat down. Hinata felt very uncomfortable with the Hokage's attention on her. "Someone trashed my apartment last night and I was blamed and evicted this morning," Naruto put bluntly. The light-hearted attitude quickly vanished from the legendary sucker. "What?" Tsunade was shocked. "What happened?" "Don't you listen? I just told you," Naruto said, trying to prevent Tsunade from making too big a deal out of it. "Who did it?" she asked. We don't know," Hinata said, though that was the half-truth. She suspected that it was the two men that she saw, but she didn't know their names nor if they were involved at all. "I need somewhere to stay. I think that's the priority," Naruto said. Right. Listen, I'll find you a new apartment. I'll send someone to pick up your belongings," Tsunade explained. "Hey, can't you just persuade that hag of a landlady to let me stay where I am? I like my apartment," Naruto complained. "Sorry kid, even if I order that woman to let you stay, there's nothing to stop the people who did this from coming back," said Tsunade regretfully. "Can I at least choose my apartment?" Naruto asked. Tsunade pretended to think about it. "No," she answered. Naruto's eyebrow twitched and a vein popped out his forehead. "Why the hell not? It's gonna be my apartment, I should choose." Naruto shouted angrily. "Naruto, I can't just let you choose where you want to stay. The places in this village that would actually allow your presence are few and far between. Not many people are happy with letting the container." Tsunade cut herself off before she spilled Naruto's secret to Hinata. "It's alright Obake, Hinata-chan knows," Naruto explained. "She's cool with it." Tsunade was surprised at Naruto. "You actually told someone about it? Do you know how much trouble you could get into?" Tsunade asked. "I'd trust Hinata-chan with my life. I decided that this was something she needed to know," Naruto said before he felt Hinata's hand come to rest on top of his. "What about everyone else?" Tsunade inquired. Naruto shook his head. "They don't know. You should tell them. They have a right to know as well," Tsunade said. "You just said I could get into a lot of trouble if I told anyone." Naruto was puzzled at Tsunade's suggestion. "You've already told one person. The punishment can't be increased per head you tell," Tsunade explained. "Don't worry about it. Being in a position of power as I am in, I will make sure neither you nor anyone you wish to tell is punished." "Thanks," Naruto said gratefully. "When I find an apartment for you, I'll send someone to show you it, and I don't care if you don't like it. You don't have to look at it. You're blind, remember," Tsunade pointed out. "Nothing gets past you Obake," Naruto stated sarcastically. "Don't tempt me." Tsunade clenched her fist. "Just stay out of trouble if that's possible," Tsunade warned. "I'll try." Naruto grinned as he stood up, but he quickly sat back down again as if he lost his balance. "Naruto-kun, what's wrong?" Hinata asked worried. Tsunade quickly analyzed Naruto. She knew what was going on. "Nothing. Just feeling a little lightheaded." Naruto rubbed his head. "You've been overusing the chakra sense, haven't you?" Hinata turned to look at Tsunade in surprise. "How do you know I'm using the chakra sense?" "I don't remember telling you," Naruto said. "I created the technique, idiot. I can feel the chakra that you are emitting, plus the fact that Hinata is putting little to no effort in guiding you around. You're lightheaded because you're beginning to run low on chakra," Tsunade explained. Naruto didn't fully understand, but he got the basics. Give your body a rest, and rely on your friend, Hinata-chan to help you out. Tsunade instinctively winked, she barely realized she had done it. Though Naruto couldn't see the wink, Hinata did and blushed heavily. Naruto-kun. Shall we go? Hinata said quietly. Yeah, come on. Catch you later Obakun. Naruto stood up without the help of the chakra sense. Hinata took his arm and led him out of the room. As if I have a choice, brat. Tsunade descended back into her paperwork. Naruto and Hinata exited the office and proceeded out of the building. Where do you want to go now, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. I don't mind. I suppose we could go find Sasuke and Sakura-chan again. I gotta tell them about Kyuubi, Naruto said nervously. Hinata understood Naruto's nervousness but had every confidence that his teammates wouldn't change their opinion of Naruto through the actions of the demon. Naruto and Hinata walked through the streets to nowhere in particular, just hoping that they would run into them, like they have everyone else. Naruto was getting used to the chakra sense and now he had to go back to no coordination. Every so often he would catch his foot on a rock that was sticking out of the ground. The two were halfway down a street and Hinata felt like she was being followed. She looked behind her to see a perfectly rectangular rock scuffling across the dirt. Naruto was about to ask what was wrong when a small explosion went off inside the box revealing three little coughing kids. I can't believe it. You got it wrong again, the self-appointed leader, Konohamaru said to the others before looking up. The three kids were moments away from doing their introduction before Naruto stopped them. Even without his sight and chakra sense he could tell what was going on. Stop. The kids looked at him in disappointment. They loved doing their introduction. We've heard enough introductions already, Naruto said, remembering Jiraiya's intro, dance the day before. Konohamaru was the first to notice Naruto's blindfold. Naruto-ni-chan, why do you have a blindfold on? Konohamaru asked. I'm blind, Naruto said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Konohamaru turned to his two friends and quietly discussed something. After they had finished he turned back around. We have decided to help you out Naruto-ni-chan, Konohamaru said. The thought kind of scared Naruto. Who knows where he might lead him? No thanks, isn't Iruka-sensei meant to be teaching you guys? He's away on a mission so we have time off, and we will use that time to aid you, Konohamaru declared. I've got Hinata-chan here to help me, Naruto tilted his head to Hinata. The three kids finally noticed Hinata. Hey, she's cute. Good work, Konohamaru praised. She's a lot prettier than that thick-foreheaded ugly girl, Naruto beamed with pride. Hinata blushed, but heard a plate smash from within one of the houses on the street. She looked around from house to house and finally realized where they were. Oh, she thought. I agree, I like her a lot better than the other one, Udon said. She may be gorgeous compared to the pink-haired bitch, but both of you are nothing compared to me, Moegi said. She had barely finished talking when one of the doors on the street burst off the hinges to reveal a livid Haruno Sakura. You little brats, I'll kill you. Sakura was running at full velocity towards the Konohamaru core. Scatter. Konohamaru shouted before the three of them ran in opposite directions, leaving an absolutely flaming Sakura ready to punch through a wall. Hinata very cautiously moved towards Sakura, leading a very reluctant Naruto. Sakura-chan. Hinata said, while keeping a distance. Sakura turned her head and noticed the two. Her bad temper dissipated at seeing two of her best friends. Hiya you two, Sakura said sweetly. Hinata felt uncomfortable with a sudden mood change. Something I can help you with? Sakura asked. Naruto-kun has something to tell you and Sasuke-kun, Hinata said seriously. Sakura looked at Naruto and nodded. She turned her head towards her house. Sasuke-kun, come out here, she shouted. Naruto and Hinata raised their eyebrows in surprise. Must you always shout? Sasuke came out of Sakura's broken front door. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. He's helping me train, Sakura said quickly and defensively. Naruto could barely contain himself and let out a few sniggers. What do you want? Sasuke asked, annoyed. Naruto stopped sniggering and went serious. Is there somewhere we can sit down? Naruto asked. Sakura looked at Sasuke, then back to Naruto. Sure, come inside. She turned around and went inside. Hinata guided Naruto in after her. Once they had all sat down, Sakura and Sasuke turned their total attention on Naruto. Hinata was sitting next to Naruto with her hand on his. Sakura made a mental note to ask her about it later. What is it you want to talk about, Naruto? Sakura asked. Naruto mentally prepared himself. The reason why the entire village hates me. This grabbed the attention of both Sasuke and Sakura. You of course know about the incident some 12 years ago. When the Kyuubi attacked, Naruto paused. That was the attack that killed my father, Sakura said weakly, a tear forming at the corner of each eye. Naruto couldn't believe how hard it got. Sakura rarely talked about her family. Now he found out that within him held the demon that not only killed many leaf ninjas but also killed her father. The fourth defeated it by sealing it in a newborn, Naruto explained. Then the child died, right? Sasuke said, remembering the story he was told. Naruto shook his head. The child still lives, Naruto said. He put simply. Both Sakura and Sasuke were in equal levels of shock. To Sasuke, everything about Naruto's life made almost perfect sense, but he knew that it wasn't his fault. He thought along the lines that Hinata did. Though Sakura didn't. You killed my father, she spoke with a quiet but harsh voice. Sasuke and Hinata raised their heads to Sakura. It's your fault that I don't have a father. Sakura was trying to make sense of what Naruto told her, but it all came out as blame. Sakura, it's not Naru, Sasuke began saying. Shut up, Sakura shouted. If it weren't for the situation, he would have been surprised that Sakura raised her to a shout at him. Sakura turned her attention back to Naruto. I see now why my mother hates you. Just get out, Sakura said angrily. Sakura-chan. Naruto sounded hurt. I get the hell out of my house. Sakura shouted through clenched teeth. But, Naruto barely had a chance to talk before he felt a sharp sting across his face. Sakura had struck him. Even though it wasn't much, it still managed to hurt him more than anything else in the world. Hinata was on her feet in seconds in front of Naruto, pushing Sakura back in the process. How dare she hit Naruto-kun, it wasn't his fault. And she blames him for it. She thinks the world revolves around her. She's not the only one to lose someone in that attack, Hinata thought. Sakura backed down from a very protective Hinata that would not budge. So instead Sakura collapsed on a chair. Sasuke put his hand on her shoulder but she shrugged it off. Sasuke looked up at Hinata who had not moved. He tilted his head to signal to follow him. Hinata helped Naruto to his feet and they walked outside. Once they were outside, Sasuke turned to them. Sakura doesn't understand. Give her some space, I'll try and explain things to her, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded. Do your best, Sasuke-kun, Hinata said before guiding Naruto away. Sasuke turned around and walked back into Sakura's home. This could be difficult, he thought to himself. Hinata wasn't taking Naruto in particular, she was just walking for the sake of walking. They had walked for an hour or two, but they didn't really notice the time pass. They had walked clean across Konoha and back again without a word. Hinata didn't know what to say, she didn't know if she should say anything. But she was determined to try and make him feel better. Naruto-kun, would you like to get some ramen? Hinata asked, figuring that a bowl of his favorite food would help him, even if only slightly. No thanks, Naruto replied quietly. What else does Naruto-kun like to do? Hinata thought to herself. Then a thought surfaced. Maybe you could tell me about another one of your missions, she suggested. Hinata knew that Naruto loved to tell stories of his missions, almost as much as Hinata loved hearing them from him. Hinata-chan, I know what you're trying to do and I thank you, but it's not going to work, Naruto said. Hinata hung her head in failure, but raised it quickly. She would not give up. Please Naruto-kun, There must be something I can do, Hinata said. No, this was my fault. I was stupid to think that people would accept me after they found out the truth. Hinata didn't want to hear this from Naruto. How can you think that? I have accepted you. Sasuke-kun has accepted you. I have known Kiba-kun and Shino-kun for a long time and I know that they wouldn't care about it. Everyone that you call friend will accept you for who you are. Hinata tried desperately to get her point across. For the briefest moment, Hinata saw a smile take over Naruto's face. To her, this was a victory. Even if they were still walking around aimlessly and silently. It was sometime later until Hinata managed to get Naruto to stop. Coincidentally, they stopped at Team 7's meeting bridge. Hinata noticed and decided not to tell Naruto in fear of a reminder. As she looked around, she noticed two people approaching, one with blue hair, one with pink. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Naruto. She would be ready to defend him against Sakura in case she tried to start something. Hinata noticed that Sakura was not looking angry but guilty. She tried to turn around at least twice but Sasuke made her keep moving. It wasn't long before they were standing on the bridge. Naruto, Sakura has something to say, Sasuke said while motioning to Sakura. Naruto and Hinata turned so that they both were facing them. Sakura moved forward and put her arms around Naruto's neck and cried on his shoulder. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Sakura cried into his ear. Naruto used his free arm to return the hug that Sakura was giving him. Don't worry about it, he said happily. Hinata saw his smile and was happy that he was feeling better, though ever so slightly jealous. Sakura broke away from Naruto while wiping her tears. I'm sorry I blew up at you, Naruto, it was just a lot to take in, as all, Sakura explained. I said it's fine, Naruto said. Hey, why don't we go do something together? Sorry, can't. Kakashi-sensei said that he had a minor mission for us today, Sakura said regretfully. I thought you had the week off, Naruto asked. Try telling that to Kakashi, Sasuke said. Naruto sniggered. Ah well, me and Hinata-chan can still do something together, right? Hinata blushed in embarrassment. Sorry and Naruto-kun, I've got to go home to train, Hinata said. Naruto's face fell. Can you at least take me to the hot springs, so I can meet up with Ero Sennin? Naruto asked. Hey, that's where we're going to meet Kakashi-sensei, we can take you, Sakura said. Why is he at the hot springs? Hinata asked Naruto and Naruto asked Sakura simultaneously. He's a pervert, was Naruto's response. Your guess is as good as mine, was Sakura's. Alright, Naruto said. He turned to Hinata. Come find me later, okay? Good luck, Naruto wished. Thank you. Hinata bowed before unlinking arms with Naruto. As Hinata dropped contact, Naruto had a mischievous idea. He gently pulled Hinata's arm towards him. For a brief moment he activated his chakra sense so he could get his bearings. He locked onto his target and pecked Hinata on the lips before allowing her to walk off. Hinata felt her knees go weak and her mind go blank. She slowly walked towards her house and couldn't help but smile. Sakura's jaw was hanging loose, even Sasuke looked surprised. Naruto would have paid anything in the world just to see their faces after he kissed Hinata. Though he really enjoyed the kiss. Without thinking, Naruto began walking. 3 paces later, he walked into a lamppost, which completely shattered the mood. Sakura snapped out of it and pounced on Naruto. Why didn't you tell me? She squealed while pulling Naruto to his feet. You didn't ask, Naruto responded. Sakura's reaction was to scrape her knuckles across Naruto's head in a friendly way. Come on, let's go, Sasuke sounded annoyed. He began walking. Sakura noticed and took a rough hold of one of Naruto's arms to guide him. Even although Sakura's hold gave him guidance, he still preferred when Hinata helped him. When did you guys get together then? Sakura asked, eager for the gossip. Last night, Naruto's voice dropped in volume as he remembered back to the incidents of the previous night. After Obake had replaced my bandages, Hinata-chan took me home, what was left of it. Some people broke in and trashed the place, and left a note saying that I was hated by the village. But Hinata-chan was there. She made me feel good about myself again by telling me that she didn't care, that she loved me, Naruto explained, his voice changing from a sad voice to a happy one. Your apartment got trashed? Sakura asked. I've already spoken to Obaka about it, she's doing something about it, Naruto said. Okay. I'm just glad Hinata finally told you how she felt, Sakura said. Finally. What do you mean, finally? Did you know about this? Naruto asked. Idiot. I told you, you were blind. You can't see the obvious, Sasuke said with a smug smile. That's what you meant. Why the hell didn't you tell me? Naruto asked. Sasuke thought of a way to piss off Naruto. You didn't ask, he put simply, copying the exact way Naruto said it to Sakura. Various veins popped out of Naruto's forehead. If I weren't blind. Naruto shaked a fist at Sasuke. Sakura used her free arm and pushed Naruto's fist slightly so that he was shaking his fist at Sasuke. Damn it! Naruto thought in anger that he couldn't pinpoint the location of sounds. Where did Hinata-chan go, Naruto? Sakura asked. She didn't have an opportunity to ask before. Oh, she went home. She's gonna get some training. She'll meet me later when she's finished, Naruto said. What about tomorrow? Sakura asked. What about it? Naruto didn't know what Sakura meant. Is she going to train tomorrow? Sakura asked. That thought had never entered his mind. He had just assumed she would train for one day and be done with it. I'll ask her about it later, Naruto thought. I don't know, he answered. Team 7 had been walking for a while, they began to see the hot springs. At first no one was around. Then Sasuke and Sakura saw Kakashi come out of the building, reading his book. As they approached, Sakura wondered what the mission was. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura called out. Kakashi's eye looked up then back down at his book. Kakashi, what's the miss? Sasuke was asking, but Kakashi held up his hand to stop him. This was to give him time to finish the page. Once he had, he brought out a Pakun bookmark and placed it in the book before returning it to his ninja pouch. Ah, Naruto. Good to see you, Kakashi said cheerfully. That makes one of us, Naruto replied. Kakashi smiled. Okay, you two. Get to work, Kakashi said simply, ready to whip out his book again. Hold on. What are we doing? Sakura asked. Well, you see. I was soaking in the hot spring. And a thought occurred that my dogs needed a wash. So I summoned them all in the hot spring water. They had fun. Anyway, once they were all clean, I let them go. But on my way out, the manager stopped me. Apparently my dogs are molting and their hair is clogging up the filter system. So they wanted me to unclog it. But I decided that it was worth a mission for my subordinates, Kakashi explained. He had brought out his book during the story without anyone noticing. You want us to clean up after your dogs? Sakura asked in disbelief. Naruto attempted to sneak away. If I can make it to the handrail, then I can make it to the women's side and find the pervert, Naruto planned. He was tiptoeing away, when he felt a hand come down on his shoulder. You're not going anywhere, Naruto, Sakura said. As a part of Team 7, you have to help us complete this mission. Hell number. Naruto said. Kakashi nodded his head. Sorry Sakura, you and Sasuke have to do this alone. Naruto is on the inactive list and does not have to do missions if he doesn't want to, Kakashi said. Sakura was severely annoyed at Kakashi. Naruto had used the time to his advantage and sneaked off down the path to where the pervert, probably, is. As Naruto approached the women's side, he heard the perverted laugh that he heard near enough every day when he was training with Jiraiya. Hey, Ero Sennin, Naruto said unnecessarily loud. What he heard next were a combination of screams, slaps and girls running away. What did I ever do to you? Jiraiya said while hitting him repeatedly over the head. You got what you deserved, Naruto justified while trying in vain to stop Jiraiya from hitting him. The old ninja eventually stopped hitting Naruto. So what have I done for you to honor me with your presence? Jiraiya asked sarcastically. Yesterday, you decided that you would help me around today, Naruto reminded. Jiraiya took a moment to answer. No, Jiraiya didn't feel like going around with Naruto, even if for a little while. Come on, let's go train, Naruto said eagerly. Tsunade told me not to take you training in your condition, he had given Naruto a chance. I thought you weren't going to take me today. That can't be true if Obake has given you some ground rules, Naruto said, faking curiosity. Damn you, Naruto, Jiraiya said, giving Naruto yet another bonk on the head. Hinata was beginning to feel nervous. She had busied herself by reading the scroll her father gave her. But this didn't help her confidence very much. The techniques described on the scroll were complex at best. Mind-boggling at worst. Neji Ni-san was right. If I am not careful, I could severely injure myself, Hinata thought. Fortunately for her, there wasn't anything that she needed to do to prepare. The scroll just told her how to mold and release her chakra for the techniques that she would learn. It wasn't long before her home came into view. Hinata's stomach was twisting itself into knots. She wasn't sure if she could do it. Before her realization, Hinata had passed through the main gates to the Hyuga estate. How she wished that the training session would pass as quickly. She saw that the guards noticed her, and she saw the hand gestures that the guards used to communicate to the watchman, no doubt to inform her father that she had arrived. She walked through the central path that leads to the rear training grounds. When she arrived, she saw a lot of training tools, wooden training logs, blunted kunai and shuriken, soldier pills and a life-size mannequin. It was the exact build and shape of a human body. On it were marked every tenketsu on the body. As if she didn't feel intimidated enough, all this equipment made her feel worse. As she continued to look around, she took notice of the man who would train her sitting on the ground meditating, Hyuga Yato. Deciding not to waste any time, she took off her jacket to reveal her purple training robes. A servant took her coat and her sandals as she approached the elderly man. Once she stood in front of him, she took a bow. Good day, Iato-sama, Hinata said formally. She cursed herself for showing weakness in front of Iato. Iato nodded to her. Shall we begin? The balding man said. I trust you have read the scroll that was given to you, Hinata nodded in confirmation. Before I train you, I must decide how much stronger you have grown since last I saw, Iato said. Hinata didn't like the sound of that. So, he walked into a large circle with the yin-yang symbol decorating it. Iato stood on one of the two parallel lines in the circle. Hinata assumed she had to stand at the other. Once she stood on the line, Iato continued what he was saying. Come at me with everything you have, prove to me that you are stronger. Hinata clenched every muscle in her body to keep from shaking. She was expected to fight an elder teacher. Come, Iato said. Hinata activated her Byakugan and ran towards Iato while keeping a defensive stance. Hinata outstretched her left arm. She was within range of Iato. Her left foot came to the ground and stopped. Her right foot stopped in front of her left hand. She brought back her left arm and pushed her right arm forward, charging it with chakra. It would have been a powerful strike, had it connected. But Iato grabbed her wrist before it did any damage. Iato gave a small laugh at Hinata's expense. Hinata began to anger, like she did to Hanabi a few weeks before. An image of Naruto appeared in her mind as she struggled to get out of Iato's grip, then a second image of him in his blind state being beaten up by a group of thugs, alone. I have to become stronger so that I can protect him if that ever happens, Hinata thought with determination. She continued her effort to get back her right arm but to no avail. Hinata quickly thought of a plan. Remembering what she was taught by her father, she gathered a small amount of chakra into her left hand. Faster than you could blink, she connected with Iato's hand, the one that gripped her arm. She saw one of Iato's eyes twitch in pain. His hand began to loosen as it lost strength from the hit. Hinata brought her arm out of his weakening grip and jumped back. Not bad, you have some skill, certainly better than last time I saw you. You're ready for the first segment of the training, Iato said. Naruto had been sitting on a bench, impatiently twiddling the knot of his headband while Jiraiya was running back and forth trying to pick up hot girls. I could have been doing more interesting things than this, he said to himself. He heard another smack and even more curses from the perverted old man. Hey Aro Sennin, let's do something else, Naruto shouted, unable to sit there any longer. What? I'm making progress with. No wait. A plan has formed in my brilliant mind. We go back to the hot springs, you wander into the women's changing area claiming that you lost your way because of your sight, then I come in and. No. Naruto was getting very annoyed. I wish I was going around with the fuzzy eyebrows, Naruto thought in regret. Ah, come on, it'll be fun, Jiraiya trying to persuade. A no means a no. Alright, it doesn't mean, ask me again and again until I give in. It doesn't matter how long you try this, you're just gonna get the same response from every girl. Naruto sounded extremely bored and at the same time furious. Can't we just go get something to eat? Naruto asked hopefully. A glint shined in Jiraiya's eye. Of course we can. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto by the collar and brought him to his feet roughly. Now, walk. He threw Naruto a few feet in front of him. Jiraiya had managed to get Naruto to walk without the aid of someone else. I could use my chakra sense, but Obeken told me not to. Naruto thought. He precariously took step after step. Today would be nice. Jiraiya criticized the speed that Naruto was walking. Turn to your right, Blindy, Jiraiya poked fun. Naruto turned and shouted. I told you to stop calling me that. Naruto didn't care too well for the nickname Jiraiya had given him. On the way to the food stand, Jiraiya had made Naruto trip over objects on the ground, walk into a fence and walk through a huge pile of dog dropping. Naruto was ready to kill. At first, Naruto was inwardly grateful that the old man wasn't treating him like a cripple, but this was just getting ridiculous. Naruto made it to the food stand in one piece. Fortunately, Jiraiya had made Naruto walk through a puddle to wash off the dog crap so that the smell did not linger. Naruto found his way to a stool, refusing guidance by his guide. Once he was sitting, Naruto did not say a word. Jiraiya came in and signaled for 2 bowls. The perverted old man still smiled at his brilliant idea of revenge. The food arrived in record time. Whoa, they killed the 3-minute waiting time, Naruto said with glee. Reaching for the chopsticks, Jiraiya decided not to play, moved the chopstick cup with Naruto and handed it to him. Naruto snatched it and pulled out some, quickly breaking them apart. He gripped the bowl firmly and dug his chopsticks in and put it in his mouth as fast as possible. He had reached his 3rd mouthful when he realized the disgusting taste. What the hell is this? Naruto asked, his mouth full. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's face after he gave him the news. Fruit salad, he said. Naruto's face contorted in misery and disgust as he removed what was in his mouth. Jiraiya snapped and howled. Where the hell are we? Naruto asked, after Jiraiya had calmed down. Salad bar, Jiraiya said. You deceitful asshole. Naruto spat viciously. To which Jiraiya sniggered, you know I hate salad and fruit. Yeah, I know, Jiraiya said proudly. Naruto had images of jumping on Jiraiya's crotch with sandals made of rock. I am gonna kill you, Naruto said as he stood up. Jiraiya left a sum of money on the countertop, then stood and pushed Naruto outside. When's Hinata gonna get done? Naruto asked himself. Hinata had just collapsed for the 2nd time. She was using large amounts of her chakra at almost a constant rate. Her skin was covered in red bruises from the overuse of her tenketsus. Whereas Iato stood, not a hair out of place from the moment Hinata saw him. Iato-sama is indeed strong, but I must not show weakness, Hinata thought. She forced her muscles to move. She would have used some chakra to give her a little boost, but she knew that her chakra levels were dangerously low, and that she had to save every last bit of it. Iato watched as Hinata raised herself from the ground. She eventually made it to her feet and returned to the Jiyuken stance. Though she felt relatively defenseless if Iato chose to attack, he smiled as he watched Hinata. She is exactly how Hiashi once was. She will be a good clan head, though she has a way to go, Iato thought. Congratulations Hinata-sama. You have completed the first segment of the training, the second segment will be taught to you in a few days by me. The third and final segment will be taught by your father, Iato explained. Hinata was close to collapsing, her arms felt like mountains were weighing them down. She felt the acid burn in every muscle of her body. But despite the pain, despite the exhaustion, she was proud of herself, very proud of herself for proceeding in the training. If there was any doubt about her advancement in the past few months, this was proof that she had grown. After Iato had dismissed her, Hinata picked up her jacket with some difficulty and headed towards her room. She walked in and closed the door. Hinata dropped her jacket and collapsed on her bed, not daring to move. She didn't know how long she lay there, with barely enough energy to think. Hinata heard the door open and someone come. She took the Shikamaru way of looking at things, it's too troublesome to look, the person came into her eyesight. It was Hanabi. You did well out there Hinata, she said. Hinata smiled. Thanks, she said. You were pretty amazing out there. I never thought you had it in you, Hanabi said surprised. Sometimes you act like the older sister, Hanabi, Hinata quietly said. Hanabi smiled and took note that Hinata was trying not to move. Does it hurt? She asked in concern. Hinata twitched her head in a way that could be described as a nod. Everywhere from the hair down, Hinata smiled. You should get up and go for a walk. Hinata groaned thinking that was a terrible idea. Where's your boyfriend? Hanabi asked teasingly. Hinata sharply turned her head causing new worlds of pain for her. She had almost forgotten about Naruto, she had to go now. Hinata took a sharp intake of breath to prepare for the pain that she would feel as she rolled out of her bed. Her legs touched the ground, and it hurt. Hinata shakily stood up. Jacket please. Hanabi got a clean jacket out of Hinata's closet at her request and handed it to her. Hinata put it on, she was getting used to the pain. Don't overdo it, Hanabi suggested, she walked out the room. Hinata smiled and left. Out of the door, out of the house then out of the main gates. Hinata still had the red bruises on her body. She then realized a problem. Where would Naruto be? After his meal, Jiraiya had dragged Naruto around, chasing any young women who showed off any skin, trying to win sympathy by using Naruto. Naruto, needless to say, was sick of it, he was close to bolting it. But he knew that it was a bad idea. Come on Ero Sennin, give it up already, you've been at this for far too long, Naruto said feeling extremely bored, even the novelty of being guided into things was getting more boring than infuriating. The streets around them were becoming quieter by the hour. Naruto was listening to the sounds around them. The incoherent chatter of passers-by, the evening breeze, the scuffle of his feet and that of stray leaves across the dirt path, even the occasional loose stone that he would accidentally kick, he would listen to it skip, roll and come to a rest. There's no way I would find this interesting a few weeks ago, I need to listen more, Naruto thought. Suddenly, the unmistakable aroma of God's gift to Naruto, ramen. Naruto was freely drooling. It hadn't occurred to him how little he had been eating. Naruto didn't want to break orders by leaving Jiraiya, but the concept of freshly cooked ramen was much more appealing than walking around with a pervert. How am I going to get in without any direction? Oh well, if in doubt, follow your nose, Naruto thought. Jiraiya was long gone and Naruto was almost imitating a dog, sniffing around, he walked around and around, the smell was getting stronger. Left. Naruto turned to his left and walked forward. His head hit some fabric. Man, am I lucky or what? This is the Ichiraku, unless my sense of ramen is failing me, Naruto drooled. He walked forward and sat in a stool. Unfortunately, someone was sitting in that particular stool, much to Naruto's embarrassment. The person had finished their meal and left. Naruto was now the only customer in. He sat down. Welcome, the owner said, is everything alright? I didn't see you this morning. I didn't see a thing this morning, Naruto joked. The owner laughed. The usual. Ayame the waitress asked. If it wasn't then it would be the unusual. Naruto was trying too hard for laughs. Hearing the lack of laughter. Gimme a break. I've just been lead across Konoha by the legendary pervert. Ayame smiled as did the owner. The usual coming up, he said. Naruto sat there alone, missing Hinata's company, missing anyone's company really, but preferring to have Hinata's. Naruto reached for the chopstick cup. It was in its normal place so Naruto didn't have to look for it. He removed a set and broke them apart, quickly digging in. Naruto was doing quite well, a hell of a lot better than the first time he tried it after he lost his sight, though from time to time he would miss a strand, but it was to be expected. Once Naruto had finished the noodles and drank all the water that was left, he contemplated over ordering another. He didn't feel hungry anymore, something unheard of when speaking about Naruto. Then again, if he didn't order again, then where would he go? I suppose I could just go walk about, Naruto thought. Naruto stood up from the stool, he tried to get his bearings, he turned around and stepped towards the door. This is gonna be difficult, he thought in annoyance. He heard someone enter the stand. The person's presence felt familiar to Naruto. He didn't get much more thought in as he felt hands on his neck and someone's lips pressed against his own. Naruto was taken completely off guard, though the kiss was amazing. The person broke away, much to Naruto's disappointment. He licked his lips quickly. It was a unique taste, one which he had only tasted once before. Hinata-chan, Naruto asked hopefully. Good evening, Naruto-kun, he heard Hinata's voice. When Naruto heard this he felt extremely happy. I'm sorry that I took longer than I said. Hinata bowed, she had been waiting all day to do that, after Naruto had kissed her before she left. Naruto smiled. That's okay, it's not like I didn't have a fun day, Naruto said, deciding that telling Hinata of his boring day, it would just make her feel guilty. Come on, let's go. Hinata locked her arm with Naruto's and guided him out. Naruto not only felt comfortable with Hinata, he trusted her completely, trusted her not to make him walk through dog crap. Have you been shown your new apartment yet? Hinata asked. Not yet. Naruto was still smiling. Did your training go well? Yes, my teacher was strict but he acknowledged that I was capable. The next training session will be within a few days, Hinata informed. Naruto felt slightly disappointed. Though he was happy about Hinata getting stronger, he wasn't happy about going another day without her. They walked for a little while, Naruto talking about the day's events. Slightly altered in the Arrow Sennin department. He told her about Sakura's reaction and how he wished he could have seen her face and how Jiraiya tricked him into eating a salad. Hinata giggled at this. Well, I'm just happy you're back, Naruto said, pulling Hinata closer to him as they walked. Thank you. I'm a bit tired and sore from training but I'm glad I came to find you, Hinata said, still feeling the pain from earlier. The amount of people on the street had decreased, so that they were among the few that were still out. Naruto was focusing his concentration into his hearing, since it was his only form of guidance excluding Hinata, to whom Naruto was thankful. They walked for the sake of walking, having nowhere to be or to go, they just walked, enjoying each other's company and exchanging stories of missions. Naruto was busy telling a story of how he heroically saved Sasuke's life whilst on a mission. In truth, their roles were reversed and Sasuke had to save Naruto from a pack of angry dogs. Naruto of course wasn't going to tell Hinata that. He was telling Hinata this, when a lower-class Chunin appeared in front of them. Oi, you, Hokage-sama told me to take you to your new apartment, follow me, the Chunin said, totally unsympathetic for Naruto's condition. Hinata narrowed her eyes at the Chunin but he just smiled, before turning around and walking away. Hinata decided that she should follow him. She pulled Naruto along by the arm. She had to walk faster than before to keep up with the Chunin. Before she walked only as fast as Naruto could. The Chunin wasn't that far ahead but he was walking quite quickly. Finally they arrived at the apartment building. It was quite new from the looks of it. The Chunin lead them to the front door of Naruto's new apartment and gave Hinata the key. All your stuff has been moved here, was all he said before leaving. Hey, aren't going to show us around? Naruto asked. He got no response. Hey, Naruto shouted. Naruto-kun, he's gone, Hinata said. Oh, right, Naruto said, feeling the disadvantages of being blind. Come on, let's go in, Hinata said. Naruto nodded. She unlocked the door and walked in, with Naruto holding her hand. Hinata turned on the light for her benefit. Pink was the first thought that entered her mind as she noticed that the main room was painted light pink. It would be a bad idea to tell Naruto-kun about this, what he doesn't know won't hurt him, Hinata thought. As she looked around, she noticed that it was bigger than his old apartment. There was a main room with some new furniture and a table, plus the pink. She saw a door that went into what looked like a kitchen area. Finally, she saw a pink door that blended into the color of the wall. It was easy to look over. She assumed it was the bathroom, seeing as that the only other door on the other end of the room was open and it was the bedroom. Why don't you go to bed and we'll explore your apartment tomorrow, okay? Hinata suggested. Okay. You go home and get some rest, Naruto said. Hinata blushed that Naruto cared for her. Okay then. Let's get you into bed, Hinata said, like you would to a child. Hinata took Naruto by the hand to his bedroom. She walked in with Naruto and flicked the light switch. The room was a nice lavender color. Hinata liked the room's color. Hokage-sama must be playing a joke on Naruto, Hinata thought, remembering that it was Tsunade that decided where Naruto stayed. She must be getting revenge for all the times Naruto-kun called her old, Hinata thought. It was a nice room, a large bed sat in the center. A tall cupboard stood up against the wall, with a mirror by its side, though what for? And on the other side of the room, by the window sat a chest of drawers next to a desk. Hinata put Naruto next to the bed while she looked for his nightwear. She looked in his cupboard, all of his everyday clothes were up on hangers and his nightwear was on a shelf near the foot of the cupboard. She picked it up and gave it to Naruto, who was softly bouncing on his brand new bed. Thanks, Hinata-chan. Naruto smiled as he began to undress. Hinata quickly turned around while he did this. She was so tempted just to sneak a peek at him, but her sense of decency wouldn't let her. As her back was turned, Hinata took note of the bathroom door in Naruto's bedroom. It didn't look too big, just a toilet and a sink with all of his washing material. Right, I'm done, Naruto said, throwing his clothes on the floor. Naruto was getting very skilled at dressing himself without his sight. Naruto-kun, I'll be back in the morning, though I might sleep in because I'm very tired from training. That's fine, keep the key, Naruto said as he snuggled into his bed. Hinata was on her way out when a matter of utmost importance surged in her mind. Naruto-kun, if you need to use the toilet in the night, you have a bathroom here in your bedroom. Up against the opposite wall, Hinata explained. Okay, thanks, Naruto said. Good night, Naruto-kun. Hinata turned off the light and closed the door. She also turned off the light in the main room on her way out. After she had closed and locked the front door, Hinata leaned against it and thought about the day she just had. What a day, was all she said to herself before she walked home. Naruto woke up in dire need of a bathroom. He slept easily but still felt tired. He noticed that his bed was very comfortable, but he didn't have much time to think about it as he felt the nagging feeling in his lower region and proceeded to leap out of his unusually large bed. Naruto used his mental map, like he was doing every morning. He quickly walked to where the door was. Naruto walked right into a wall. He clutched his nose in pain with his left hand and felt the wall with his right. He knocked on it and ran his hand across and came to one conclusion. Someone's stolen my door, Naruto said to himself. He played back what he had just said in his mind, noticing how ridiculous it sounded. Slowly, piece by piece, the events of the day before sunk into place. New apartment, he said to himself again. Until the sensations in his lower body reminded him of what he had to do. Okay. Didn't Hinata-chan say something about a bathroom? Naruto said as he ran his hand across the walls, searching for a door. He made it about halfway along the opposite wall when his hand ran over a lump on the wall. It felt like a doorframe. Success, Naruto said as he entered. He activated his chakra sense for the briefest moment so he could feel where the toilet was. After he located it, he discontinued it and had a seat. He didn't continue his chakra sense, so that he could train up his hearing. He knew he could use the chakra sense to fight, and that was the important thing in Naruto's mind. He could just use his conventional senses to get around, plus Hinata was there to help him in the complex tasks. Hinata was still in her bed, asleep, alleviating the exhaustion she felt the previous day. Even the knocks at her door by the servants went unanswered as Hinata slumbered. Naruto had just finished washing his hands and came back out feeling a lot more comfortable. Deciding that it would be a while before Hinata came around, Naruto went back to bed, since he was still a bit tired. He climbed in and pulled over his silken covers and put his head down, but try as he may, Naruto just couldn't get back to sleep. I hate waking up early, Naruto said to himself, not knowing that it was actually quite late in the morning. Ah, well, might as well get up. Naruto flung his legs out of the bed and stood up again. Then he went down on all fours to search for his clothes. The advantage of having a clean room was that you could find things. Naruto quickly found his clothes. Luckily, all his clothes were in a pile where he threw them the night before. He would have preferred some clean ones, but this would do. Naruto quickly dressed while he was still on the ground. After he had dressed, he stood up and stretched out the stiffness of sleeping. Now Naruto wondered what to do. He couldn't go back to bed, standing there wouldn't do anything of value, and Hinata wouldn't be around for a while. I suppose I could try looking around my apartment, Naruto said. Who the hell am I talking to? Naruto stepped his way towards the bed and used it as his point of reference. He was determined not to use his chakra sense unless absolutely necessary. He tried to remember how Hinata brought him into the room the night before. The door must be to the left of the bed. The bathroom is over in the corner of the room, so the door must be between here and there. Naruto repainted his mental map. It was amazing how much Naruto could remember when he isn't visually distracted. Naruto ran his hand across the wall in a similar fashion to before, taking into account where his bed was and approximately where the bathroom was. His hand hit something as he felt the wall. It was the door handle. Smiling at his own private victory, he opened the door and proceeded into the main living area. Might as well walk the perimeter. Naruto was smart enough not to walk unaided out into the middle of the room, where he could trip and or bang into something. He put his hand, once again, to the wall and walked, keeping a firm pressure on it so he had a bearing. The sensation of the wall felt kind of rough, as if it had been painted in the past few days. Naruto shrugged it off, as it was irrelevant because of his inability to distinguish among other things color. He took a few paces until his legs made contact with something hard but kind of soft. He assumed it was a couch and walked around it, leaning over so he could keep contact with the wall. He nudged a small table that was beside the couch and took note of it. Not far past the couch he found himself in the corner. Naruto turned and began exploring the second wall. His hand ran over a few large windows, or possibly sliding in the process, though not much was on this wall aside from a small table positioned about in the middle. Another dozen or so steps past the table was another wall. On this wall was a radiator and what felt like coat hooks. Fair enough, I probably won't be using them, but it's good to know they're there, Naruto thought. Naruto turned once again and explored the third wall. There was actually a door on this one. I'll ask Hinata-chan about it. I can't wait until she comes. Naruto was talking to himself again. A second door went under a feel of Naruto's hand a few paces past the first. He made another note to ask Hinata about the doors, but for the meantime added these landmarks to his map. A few more steps after, he came up against another wall. Naruto began tracing the final wall. He passed his front door that was near the corner of the room. As he felt along the wall, he came across a large object up against the wall. It was tall enough and wide enough that Naruto had to let go of the wall and walk around it. He used his hand to try and give him an idea of what it was. The object was hollow at the front as his hand went inside it. Naruto's fingers were running across something very bumpy. It took him a second to realize that they were books, and the large thing was a bookshelf. Very funny Obeken, giving books to me, I don't even like to read, Naruto said. He felt along the bookshelves, there was at least 2 of them pushed up close together and up in the corner of the room. After he passed the bookcases he found himself back at his bedroom door. Okay, that wasn't a complete waste of time. But what can I do now? Naruto said while thinking hard about what he could do. Naruto snapped his fingers as an idea came to mind. I can look for my clean clothes, they must be around if Obeken had my possessions moved. Naruto walked into his room trying not to forget about where everything was in his apartment. Naruto once again traced the wall, this time, of his bedroom. Nothing much was on the walls except for his bed and the bathroom door. But approximately opposite Naruto's bed was a wardrobe. This makes things easier. Naruto opened the wardrobe and began feeling around. Most of his clothes were on hangers. He tried to distinguish what each piece of clothing was. He managed to pick out what felt like trousers. But he was still in need of a shirt and he couldn't find his jacket on the ground earlier. Hinata's eyes finally opened. She blinked out all the remainder sleep and sat up, not realizing how late it was. Figuring she had a lot of time, she slowly got out of bed and walked slowly over to her cupboard. Taking time to pick out what she wanted to wear, though most of her clothes looked the same to everyone else, to her they were unique in their own way. Hinata picked out some clothes that looked exactly the same than what she always wears. After she was dressed, Hinata quickly washed up, a quick brushing of the teeth, combing of the hair and washing of the hands. Hinata was feeling clean and refreshed. It was a perfect morning, perfect until she saw the time. Hinata checked her alarm clock, the clock in her private bathroom and the clock out in the corridor, each read, 11:30. Hinata was panicked. She quickly threw on her sandals and grabbed her headband as she ran out of her bedroom door. How could I have slept so late? Hinata asked herself as she ran through the empty corridors of the house. Not more than a minute after she had realized the time was she outside the estate and running towards Naruto's apartment. Hinata ran her absolute fastest. She arrived shortly after but stopped quite abruptly on the stairs when she remembered something. Naruto-kun doesn't live here anymore. Hinata couldn't believe that she had forgotten about Naruto's new apartment. She laughed softly to herself at her own mistake. Hinata tried to remember where the Chunin took them the night before. She traced back the steps in her mind. She had worked out where Naruto's apartment was and took off at a run. Hinata was determined not to be a minute later than she already was. Naruto's new home came into sight, much to Hinata's relief. She wasted no time in getting up the stairs and to his door. She quickly brought out the key ring that the Chunin gave her. Using the only key on the ring, she unlocked and opened the door. Maybe Naruto-kun is still asleep, Hinata said hopefully as she tiptoed to Naruto's bedroom. She silently peeked inside. Hinata's eyes scanned the room before focusing on Naruto, in a state of undress, trying to pick out something to wear, oblivious to the shy blue-haired, red-faced girl at the door. She got quite an eyeful before retracting her head. Her eyes were wide, her face deep crimson and her knees weak. Hinata was speechless at seeing Naruto like that. She didn't have the concentration to think about anything else than what she had just saw. Wow, Hinata thought to herself before nearing a faint from the amount of blood that rushed to her face and threatened to escape through her nose. Hinata tried to calm her breathing before announcing her presence. And she took her time. The image of Naruto didn't seem to go away from her mind. Naruto-kun. She tried to sound like she had just arrived. She heard Naruto drop his clothes. Hinata-chan. Don't come in, I'm getting changed. I'll be out in a minute, she heard Naruto's voice. Hinata heard Naruto speed up his efforts, but she was still struggling for simple thought. No matter what she tried to think about, it always came back to Naruto and his lack of clothing. Oh, okay, Naruto-kun, take your tea time, Hinata said. She decided to have a seat and sat at the dining room-sized table in the middle of the room and tried to banish all thought from her mind. Naruto eventually emerged from his room wearing his normal clothes except from his jacket, though Hinata didn't seem to notice the passage of time. Hinata-chan, Naruto signaled. Hinata, at hearing her own name, jumped with a squeak of surprise. Naruto-kun, sorry to keep you waiting, I had a bit of trouble, Naruto explained as he walked towards where he heard Hinata. It's okay, Hinata said. Naruto noticed the stutter and was curious. Something wrong? It's been a while since you talked to me like that, Naruto said grinning. Hinata stood up and faced Naruto. Nothing's wrong, Hinata insisted. Naruto wondered but didn't dwell. Well then, let's have a look around, Naruto said. Hinata nodded and walked forward, then took his arm. Hinata was about to describe the apartment when Naruto began talking. Oh, and before I forget, Naruto said no more as he gave Hinata a quick but loving kiss. Unexpected but welcomed by Hinata. Good morning, Hinata-chan. Hinata was a bit thrown off by the kiss but managed to return the greeting. Good afternoon, Naruto-kun, she said. Afternoon. How long did I take getting changed? Naruto asked, shocked that so much time could have passed. Naruto-kun, you didn't take too long. It was me who was late, I slept in, Hinata admitted. Oh right, well don't worry about it, Naruto said, you're here now and that's the important thing, Hinata smiled and blushed cutely. Thank you, Hinata said happily. Now, I need to know where everything is in this apartment, Naruto changed the subject. Oh right, well, I'll help you, Hinata was mildly disappointed from the change but didn't show it. I already had a feel around the room and I know that. There's a couch there, Naruto pointed to the couch up against the wall, a small table there, he pointed to the table near the windows, some coat hooks and two doors along that wall. Naruto waved his hand to point to the hole of the wall, and over there is a bookcase for some reason, he pointed towards the bookshelves near his bedroom door. Hinata decided not to say anything about how Naruto didn't point directly at each item he was talking about. This was a result from the combination of forgetfulness and lack of sight. Okay, Naruto-kun. In the middle of the room is a fairly large table, it is surrounded by chairs, most likely, this is for dining purposes, Hinata described as best she could. She couldn't help think that she sounded like a tour guide. Those doors lead to a bathroom and a kitchen, Hinata said, referring to the mysterious doors that Naruto was wondering about. I have 2 bathrooms, Naruto said in disbelief. Pretty nice, maybe Obake is being kind to me for once. Hinata stifled a laugh as she once again inspected the color of the room. This went beyond the notice of Naruto. Hinata began walking Naruto over to the kitchen. I really like your apartment, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Yeah, I like it too, it's bigger than my last one. Hinata walked into the kitchen with Naruto. It was small but it would serve its purpose. It's a small kitchen, not much space but it will be able to cook a fine meal in capable hands, Hinata explained. If you are ever in here without me, then use that special sense. You could hurt yourself if you're not careful. Okay, I'll be careful. Naruto leaned his head into Hinata in a uniquely cute way that could be described in itself as, Naruto. Hinata smiled as he nudged her with his head. You want to go for a walk? My joints are aching, Naruto said. Okay, Naruto-kun. Hinata turned Naruto around and led him out of the kitchen, through the main room and out the front door onto the walkway that lead to other people's apartments. She quickly but carefully guided Naruto down the stairs and out onto the street. Where do you wasn't to go? Hinata asked. Naruto thought about it. Let's just go for a walkabout, maybe we'll meet up with the others, Naruto said. Okay then, Hinata replied. Naruto and Hinata simply walked. Hinata would turn down a street at random and Naruto was grateful for a chance to stretch his legs. Naruto's memory reminded him of the question he was meaning to ask Hinata. Hinata-chan, are you going to be training again today? Naruto didn't like the idea of going another day without Hinata. Not today, Naruto-kun. But I will have to tomorrow. My teacher told me to rest for today, so that I am at my optimum, Hinata said. Naruto's face was stricken with disappointment. Hinata giggled at this, and blushed at the fact that Naruto would miss her. It made her feel wanted. It's not going to be for all day, Naruto-kun, Hinata explained. Yeah, I know, but I still have to find someone to go around with tomorrow, and I really don't want to have to go around with Ero Sennin again, Naruto shuddered at the memory. Why not? Hinata asked. Naruto thought about how he should respond. Put it this way. He didn't pay me a lot of sympathy, Naruto said. I suppose I could just get Sakura-chan to help me, Naruto said. Are you sure? She did blow up at you yesterday, she even slapped you. Hinata hadn't completely forgiven Sakura for that action. She was one of her best friends, so Hinata could never hold a grudge against her, but she was still slightly angry at her. I'll be fine, she did apologize to me, Naruto reminded. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I just thought it was really selfish of Sakura-chan to hate you for it. She may have lost her father, but she wasn't the only one to lose someone. My aunt was killed in that attack, Hinata said sorrowfully. Sorry. Naruto felt remorseful. It's alright. I wasn't even born at the time of the attack, so I never knew her, but I wish that I did. Father once told me of her when I was younger, how she was the kindest, sweetest sister a person could have. A part of me wished that I could have met her. I think we could have gotten along really well, Hinata said, a tear forming at what could have been. Naruto shifted his arm from her hand to her opposite shoulder so he could bring her closer to him. I'm really sorry you never had a chance like that, Hinata-chan, I know how you feel, Naruto said. Hinata looked at Naruto. What were your parents like, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. The question in itself surprised Naruto. This was a question he had never been asked. I don't have parents, Naruto said, his voice neutral. You must have had parents, you can't have just appeared out of nowhere, Hinata said. This put a hint of a smile on Naruto's lips. I have no idea who my parents were. I haven't a thing that suggests that I had parents. Not a photo, not a journal, not even a mention of the name, Uzumaki. In the reference books in the library, Naruto explained. Hinata felt guilty for bringing up this subject. I think the third removed all traces of any family I might have to protect their reputation, Naruto said. I guess that they were killed in the Kyuubi's attack, Hinata nodded. She had never been told anything of Naruto's past, so she had no idea that he had been alone all of his life. Hinata cursed her own nervousness. If she had approached Naruto when they were younger, then she would have saved him from any more loneliness. I'm sorry, Hinata apologized. It's alright, Naruto replied with his grin. No, it's not. If I had become friends with you sooner, then you wouldn't have had to grow up alone. I had always guessed that someone was there for you, Hinata said. Tears were threatening to fall and her voice was on the verge of breaking. Naruto used his hand that was on Hinata's shoulder and brought it up past her neck into her jaw so that he was cupping one side of her face in one hand. Hinata leaned her face into his hand. You shouldn't worry about these things, Hinata-chan. I turned out alright, Naruto said, but you know something. You actually saved my life once, whether you knew or not, Naruto said. I did. Hinata was confused. Naruto nodded. You remember a few weeks ago. I found you in an alleyway on the ground, Naruto reminded Hinata, like she could forget. Why yes, it was one of Hinata's more painful memories. Well, that night I had plans to kill myself. Hinata stopped moving and grabbed both of Naruto's arms so that they were face to face. What? Hinata didn't want to believe what Naruto was telling her. The pain was unbearable. I realized that I didn't have a chance in hell with Sakura-chan. I felt alone, heartbroken even. I couldn't believe how much it hurt. I thought that suicide would be the painless way out. But, things didn't go according to plan. The kunai that I was going to use to end my life wouldn't even be able to cut a piece of thread. Before I could have another stab at it, I found you. Your beautiful smile alone was enough to make me feel good about myself again. The following morning I felt like hitting myself for even considering killing myself. But, if I hadn't found you on that night, I really would have killed myself, Naruto explained. Hinata felt the tears come. She had actually saved his life. Her life did have meaning. Naruto-kun. That night, the same thing happened to me, Hinata said in almost disbelief. I was going to end my life on that night as well, until you found me. You made me feel good about myself on that night, like someone did care for me, Hinata explained. She had never told anyone this before. It felt good to get it off her chest. Whoa, that was lucky, wasn't it? Naruto said. Both of us meeting on the same night, with the same intentions to kill ourselves, and we save each other's lives. Hinata managed a smile and embraced Naruto in a hug. Naruto returned it. If someone ever tells you that you're no good, if someone asks you, what would be different if you were never born? Then you can say that you saved a life of someone important to you, Naruto said while gentle rocking Hinata from side to side. Hinata tightened her grip on the hug. They half broke the hug so that Naruto had his right arm around Hinata's shoulders and Hinata had her left arm around Naruto's waist so she could guide him better. Hinata began walking forward, feeling a lot happier than before. The couple were happy to just walk. They talked about whatever came to mind. Naruto had been talking about training with Jiraiya and about how he learned the Rasengan. Hinata was more than happy to remain quiet and listen. It was what she did best. Naruto proceeded to describe how he fought the traitor Kabuto and won the necklace from Tsunade. You won a necklace? Hinata asked. Yes, look. Naruto pulled the cord around his neck so that it was over his shirt. Hinata took a closer look, admiring how beautiful it looked. Tsunade gave this to me because she acknowledged that I could become Hokage. I proved it to her by mastering the Rasengan in a week, Naruto explained. Wow. Hinata said simply. Yeah, I know, it looks so cool, doesn't it? Naruto said as he rubbed the necklace with his thumb. No, that you called Hokage-sama by her name for once, Hinata smiled. Naruto laughed softly as well, but yes. It does look very nice, it looks good on you. Hinata returned to having her arm around Naruto's waist. Naruto was once again telling of a mission, but he was cut short when he sensed something. Hinata-chan, it feels like we're being followed, Naruto said as he strained his ears to give him some kind of clue. I thought you weren't using the chakra sense. Hinata was confused as to how Naruto could sense someone. No, I'm not using it. I just have the feeling, you know the one, when you feel like you're being watched. Hinata was about to answer when a figure jumped down from the rooftop of one of the buildings. It's about time you noticed, idiot. Sasuke said as he approached his friend. What do you want now? Sasuke, Naruto relied, and where's Sakura-chan? What makes you think I know that? Sasuke said unfazed. The pair of you seem to be closer than before, Naruto grinned deviously. Beads of sweat rolled down Sasuke's face before being wiped away quickly. I'm allowed to talk with my teammate, Sasuke said sounding slightly defensive. Naruto took note of the normally unnoticeable tone in Sasuke's voice and felt very proud of himself. So she is around? Naruto inquired. Veins stood out on Sasuke's face though he made no sound to give a clue to Naruto. He forced himself to stay calm. Yeah, she'll catch up in a minute, Sasuke said as innocently as possible. You wanna tell me why you're following us? Naruto inquired, liking how the us sounded. Just making sure you're on your toes. I wouldn't want you to get too relaxed, idiot, Sasuke said. I have a name, you know. Naruto's patience was wearing thin. Yeah, I am calling you by your name, Sasuke inwardly grinned. He derived a lot of pleasure in pissing Naruto off. Naruto clenched his fist, ready to punch out. He did however restrain himself. Sasuke-kun, don't annoy Naruto like that. Sakura's stern voice came from behind them. Hinata turned her head to see Sakura walking up the street with a friendly smile at seeing Hinata. Sakura drew up beside Naruto, a bit of a guilty smile lingering on her lips. Hi Naruto, she said softly. Hinata did not take her eyes off Sakura. Hey, what's up, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked cheerfully. Nothing much. We were just out for a walk until we saw you two, Sakura said. She leaned her head forward so she could get a better look at Hinata. Hi Hinata-chan. Naruto told me about you too. Congratulations, I'm so happy for you, Sakura said grinning. Thank you Sakura-chan, Hinata said, unable to sense any hostility or negativity aside from guilt. Hinata now believed that Sakura wouldn't do anything of harm to Naruto, and so, relaxed. So where are you guys going? Sakura asked. Nowhere. Just out for a stroll. We spent the morning looking around my new apartment, Naruto said. New apartment? So you couldn't go back to your old one? Sakura asked. No, the landlady decided not to let me stay anymore. Probably for the best. Too many people know where I live, Naruto said. Hinata nodded sadly, remembering the vandalism. I can't count how many times Kakashi-sensei just appeared without a moment of notice, trying to force those nasty vegetables on me. Hinata smiled at herself for getting the wrong end of the stick. It's for your own good, Naruto, Sakura stated. Naruto grumbled something to himself. Hey Sasuke, can I have a word? Naruto asked, letting go of Hinata and walking towards where he heard Sasuke's voice come from. Naruto could hear his breathing, the crunch of the dirt path beneath his feet, so he could easily tell where Sasuke was. What about? Sasuke asked. Sakura used the time to her advantage and pulled Hinata away to talk to her. Sasuke was listening to whatever Naruto had to say. Sasuke, I didn't hear what you had to say about Kyuubi. You can't just be carefree, Naruto asked seriously. I was surprised, yes. But it made clear to me why you were hated. The Kyuubi did take some of my family away from me, but I'm not angry at you for carrying the demon, Sasuke explained. What about your brother? He took away your family and you want to kill him. Kyuubi did the same, but you haven't tried to rip it out of me to fight it. Naruto knew he was treading on thin ice when talking about Sasuke's brother. My family members who died fighting the Kyuubi died for a reason. They died with honor, with purpose. When Itachi slaughtered my clan, it was without reason, without honor. He robbed them of a proper death. This is one of the reasons I wish to kill him. I do not wish to kill you for the demon's mistake. Besides that, I'm smart enough to realize that you had no say in the matter, Sasuke explained, feeling anger bubble within him at talking about Itachi and the end of the Uchiha. Thanks Sasuke, Naruto said, happy that Sasuke did not hate him. Sakura had pulled Hinata off to the side to talk to her. She had been itching to talk about her and Naruto since the day before, and because Ino had left on a mission, Sakura had no one to gossip. Hinata allowed herself to be pulled along, seeing that Naruto was talking to Sasuke. Come on Hinata-chan, how do you feel? Is Naruto a good boyfriend? Sakura asked eagerly. Hinata should have seen this coming. I'll love him, Hinata said seriously but quietly. Sakura grinned. I don't remember you saying anything about love to us before. Sakura almost drooled at the gossiping potential. Is he a good kisser? Hinata blushed heavily. I don't know. It feels really nice, but I have no one else to make a comparison, Hinata told. Sakura suddenly remembered that and cursed herself for asking that question. Does he use his tongue? Sakura asked, grinning to all hell. Hinata wore a crimson blush at the sudden question. WWH what? Hinata shakily responded. I'll take that as a no, Sakura said, still grinning. Hinata couldn't believe the question that she was just asked. Use RT tongues. Was she serious? Hinata thought to herself. She had heard of such things but never considered them to be something that she would ever experience. Well, I'm just happy that you two got together. It's about goddamn time is all I can say, Sakura said, shrugging her shoulders. Hinata forced a smile through her blushing face. Hey, don't push me. Naruto's voice sounded, causing Hinata to jump slightly. Sakura laughed to herself at the shy girl. Sasuke had pushed Naruto forward towards the girls. He like Jiraiya didn't want to guide Naruto around by the arm and stuck with pushing him. Naruto-kun. Hinata approached the disorientated loud mouth. Yeah, oh right. Naruto approached Hinata's voice and waited for her to make the first move. Hinata carefully slipped her arm around Naruto, he in turn put his arm around her. As they were before. Hey, where you guys going now? Naruto asked. We have something to do together, Sakura answered carefully. Hinata looked at both Sasuke and Sakura. It didn't take her long to figure it out. She noticed the facial expressions and the wandering eyes looking at everything but each other. Hinata was happy for her friend but kept her words to herself, realizing that if Sakura didn't tell her, then it was for a good reason. Naruto on the other hand had no eye for insight, no sight at all would be a better description and therefore couldn't see the actions of the two. Naruto being Naruto, further pried into business that was not his own. Really? What do you have to do? Is it another mission from Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Sakura and Hinata exchanged glances. No, there are no missions for today, Sakura answered. So what could you two possibly do together? Naruto was overcome with curiosity, but lacking the mind to piece it together. Fortunately Hinata interrupted Naruto before he asked another question. I'll see you later, Hinata said, feeling stupid for making the mistake. She looked at Naruto, but he didn't seem to mind. Catch you later, Sakura said as she quickly departed with Sasuke, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone once more. They left in quite a hurry. Makes you think, Naruto said as he rubbed his chin. Hinata chose to say nothing as she began walking with Naruto. As before, they walked, enjoying each other's company. Hinata was wondering something as Naruto walked. Naruto-kun, are you going to tell the other, Rookie 9, and Neji Ni-san's team about? Hinata softly rubbed Naruto's belly. If we meet up with them, I'll tell them, but the important people to tell were Sakura-chan, Sasuke and you. It isn't absolutely necessary for them to know, but they are my friends so I'll tell them, Naruto explained. Hinata nodded. They do care about you Naruto-kun, even if they don't show it. I know for certain that they would give their lives for you, even Kiba-kun, Hinata said, reassuring her boyfriend. Really? Naruto asked, feeling grateful for having such good friends. We all acknowledge you. We all know that you are destined for greatness, Hinata said. Thanks, it's good to hear that every once in a while, Naruto smiled happily, strengthening his grip around Hinata. Hinata blushed slightly at the feeling of Naruto's thin shirt and jacketless top. Of course her thoughts trailed back to the morning when she walked in on Naruto getting changed. Her small, innocent blush turned into a crimson flame on her face. She made no noise as they walked while she tried to calm herself. This proved to be difficult as Hinata could not unlock her thoughts. Who do you think I should tell first? Then, Naruto asked the red-faced girl. Hinata's face paled ever so slightly at the question. It's up to you but you could try telling Shikamaru-kun if you have any doubts that your friends won't understand. Oh or you could tell everyone at once, Hinata suggested. Naruto nodded. I suppose I could get Shikamaru to rally everyone up, he's lazy but he's reliable. I'll tell everyone at once, get it out in the open, Naruto said, only problem is finding the lazy bum, Hinata had a thought of where he might be. I think I know where Shikamaru-kun is, Hinata replied timidly. Naruto was confused but decided to go with it. Okay. Lead on, Naruto said. Hinata turned down a street that led to the small shopping area. Naruto was curious as to how Hinata knew where Shikamaru might be. He noticed that the sounds of people increased, signaling to him that they were entering a higher population area. How do you know where Shikamaru is, Hinata-chan? Naruto couldn't stand it. Being the curious boy that he was, he wanted to know. I think he might be with Ino-chan, Hinata said, emphasizing that she only thought, not that she knew for sure. Naruto looked very confused. That doesn't make any sense. Naruto shook his head, Shikamaru being with the loudest, troublesome, girl in all of Konoha. Hinata wasn't completely sure if she should tell Naruto the news, and just decided to delay it. You'll soon find out, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Not long after Hinata stopped talking, she stopped Naruto in front of a shop, the Yamanaka flower shop. Naruto noticed the scent of various different flowers. He was sure that anyone who had hay fever would be unable to breathe whilst going past. Naruto felt Hinata begin to move again, this time towards the direction of the flower scent. Shortly after, he heard the sound of a bell, the bell that signifies the opening of a door to a shop. Naruto's curiosity was growing in leaps and bounds. Welcome. Naruto heard the loud voice of Ino, welcoming them into the shop, Hinata-chan. Good to see you. Sakura told me about. You know what? I'm so happy for you, Ino squealed as she ran around the counter and engulfing Hinata in a hug. Naruto staggered off to the side because Hinata lost her grip on Naruto due to the force at which Ino hugged Hinata. Hinata could barely move, Ino's grip was so tight. Ino-chan, Hinata patted Ino's shoulders to try and get her to let go. Eventually, when Ino had hugged all but the life out of Hinata, she relinquished the shy girl. And you? Ino turned to Naruto. Treat her right, Ino said as she pushed her fist across Naruto's lower jaw gently. You know I will, Naruto declared seriously. Ino smiled at Hinata with admiration. Hinata-chan chose well, Ino said to herself. Anyways, what do the pair of you want? Naruto was reminded of the reason they were there in the first place. Hinata moved to Naruto's side and put her arm around him. Naruto mirrored. I just need a quick word, Naruto said. Ino listened. You know where Shikamaru is? Ino looked curious but didn't dally. She turned her head and shouted into the back of the shop. Hey, Shika-kun, Ino yelled. Hinata and Naruto covered their ears from the loudness of it. The lazy Chunin slouched out of the door behind the counter, hands deep thrust in his pockets. He wasn't wearing his Chunin vest, in place of it was an apron, he wasn't too keen on being seen in it. But taking into account that Naruto couldn't see and Hinata was too polite to say anything, he decided it was safe to come out. Not so loud, Shikamaru said softly as he walked around the counter towards Ino. As Shikamaru pulled up beside Ino, she suddenly latched onto his arm. Shikamaru rolled his eyes but made no attempt to prise the girl off him. Hinata concealed an amused smile at seeing this. Ino rested her head on Shikamaru's shoulder. Naruto wants a word, Ino said sweetly. Shikamaru sighed. Yeah, a word. Listen, I need you to round up everyone. Fuzzy Eyebrows team, our teams, you know, Naruto explained. He heard the actions of Ino and wondered silently. Okay, Shikamaru said, earning him a surprised look from Hinata and an amazed expression from Naruto, but a tightening on his left arm from Ino, and it wasn't in the affectionate way. Shika, we have plans, Ino's voice dripped with venom, her nails began digging into his arm. Plans? Naruto took no more, he wanted to know what was going on. Hinata knew precisely. Shika and I are going to have a late lunch together, Ino answered, not turning her head from the sweating Shikamaru. Together. Lunch together. You two, together. Naruto was piecing things together as he usually does. You're a couple. How the hell did that happen? Naruto laughed. Troublesome Naruto. Shikamaru turned his head from Naruto to the girl digging her claws into his flesh. Troublesome girl. Shikamaru barely finished his line when the pressure on his arm increased tenfold. If girls are so troublesome, then why did you ask Ino-chan out? Hinata stuttered. Even although Hinata considered Shikamaru a friend, she was slightly intimidated by his intelligence. I didn't, Shikamaru answered. He cast a gaze at Ino, who instantly blushed and released her grip. Hinata forgot herself and laughed out loud, much to Ino's discomfort. What is it? Naruto asked eagerly, feeling left out. Hinata's laugh softened into giggles. Ino-chan, ask Shikamaru-kun out, Hinata said. Naruto knew he shouldn't laugh, but that didn't stop him. Shikamaru and Ino turned their stares at Naruto. The blind ninja's hysterical laughs died into nervous ones as he felt the killer eyes on him and the deadly aura in the room. Shikamaru disliked being the butt of someone's laughter. He surrendered his post as lazy at this point to walk over and bonk Naruto across the head. Naruto jumped in surprise before clutching the small bump on his head. Ow! Naruto pouted. Hinata guiltily decided that Naruto deserved that. You ain't in any position to laugh, Shikamaru said before turning to Naruto's companion. How long have you liked Naruto, Hinata? Hinata blushed. Point taken, Naruto grumbled. Shikamaru turned around and went back over to Ino. When do you want to meet everyone? Shikamaru asked, without turning his head. Shikawa. Ino groaned. He just rolled his eyes. It won't take that long. When? Shikamaru said. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Whenever. Tonight sometime. About 7. Naruto suggested. I don't know where we could meet though. Shikamaru rolled his eyes once more. My father is out on business tonight, we could go to the Hyuga estate. Hinata shyly put forward. Shikamaru looked toward Naruto to find his answer. Yeah, that sounds good, Naruto said, nodding his approval. I trust you'll rally the troops, Shika. Naruto grinned. Shikamaru simply muttered a, whatever. Naruto knew he would do it. Find Neji ni-san first, get everyone to meet him tonight, then he'll take them to the house, Hinata said. Okay. Come on Ino, let's go, Shikamaru said as he was about to walk out of the shop. Ino stopped him. Aren't you forgetting something? Ino asked grinning. Hinata smiled also. I'll kiss you later, not in front of other people, Shikamaru said, eager to get away. No, I mean your attire, Ino said looking up and down Shikamaru. He followed her eyes and smacked himself on the forehead when he realized. He swiftly yet lazily went in the back of the shop. He emerged minus the apron, plus his Chunin vest. See you tonight, Shikamaru called as he and Ino departed. After Ino and Shikamaru had left, Naruto and Hinata began making tracks. Naruto was contemplating his decision. Should I tell everyone? It's not like it's essential for them to know, but they're my friends. If I don't tell them, then I have no right to call them that. Naruto-kun. Hinata saw that Naruto was deep in thought. She knew that he was thinking about what he had to do. It's nothing. Naruto shook off the enquiry. Hinata had a concerned look on her face but didn't press. Instead she took hold of Naruto's arm and brought it from his side to around her shoulders. She in turn leaned into Naruto's side but not so much that it disorientated him. Hinata kept her arm in place around his waist. Naruto wore a happy smile. Hinata was just happy to walk as they were. She felt safe and secure. Not that she felt endangered and insecure, but being with Naruto and being in his embrace reinforced these feelings. Hinata-chan, do you mind if we go and sit down somewhere? My legs are beginning to ache, Naruto asked, feeling aches developing in his knees. Okay. Hinata looked around for a place. They were still on the shopping promenade, so there wouldn't be a shortage of benches. Hinata and Naruto walked down the street. They came to the heart of the retail streets. It was a large circular junction that connected all the streets with shops on them. In the middle was a magnificent fountain. There were 1 or 2 children throwing coins into the pool while water was being blasted upwards by the statue of the large frog in the middle of the fountain. This statue was made in the honor of the frog that combated Kyuubi almost 13 years before. Along the edge of the circular junction were benches, or rather one long continuous bench running along the circumference, breaking only at the streets that lead out. Hinata led Naruto over to a space on the large bench. It was mid-afternoon and there were a lot of people out and about, doing some shopping. It was difficult for Hinata to find a space on the bench, but she found one. As Hinata and Naruto approached, the space on the bench grew. When they were actually sitting down, the space had grown so that there was about 3 meters on either side of Hinata and Naruto. Hinata noticed this and was slightly angered. The space had grew because the people who were on the bench didn't want to be seated next to the demon child. Once they had sat down, Naruto let off a sigh and began rubbing his sore legs. My legs are killing me, Naruto complained. Hinata smiled and looked around. When he didn't hear any acknowledgement, Naruto pushed on the conversation. Do you enjoy your training, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Hinata looked at Naruto and thought for a second. I wouldn't say it's fun, but the rewards far outweigh the discomfort, Hinata explained. In truth, she was still in pain from her training session, but this was nothing more than a dull ache if she moved. Yeah, hey, after I get my sight back, we can spar against each other. I can see how strong you've become, Naruto said excitedly. Hinata opened her mouth to correct Naruto about his sight returning but cut herself off short. She didn't wish to make him feel bad. Okay. I look forward to it, Hinata encouraged. She's really sweet. She truly cares for my feelings. I couldn't be luckier to be with her, Naruto thought with a grin. Naruto-kun. Hinata noticed the mile-wide smile and was curious. Oh, it's nothing, Naruto shook it off. Well, my legs feel better now, wanna get going? Hinata smiled and stood up, helping Naruto to his feet in the process. They began to walk when suddenly Naruto stopped. Naruto-kun. Hinata cocked her head. Shish. Naruto politely shushed her as he was straining to hear something. Hinata wondered but kept quiet. I wonder if it is Lee-san again, Hinata thought, remembering 2 days ago to the ramen stand and the infamous fight that followed. She looked around, wondering who Naruto could hear this time, but there was a lot of people around so she couldn't pick out anyone who she knew. Hinata was surprised, even amazed that Naruto would be able to clearly hear anyone in a crowd of people like this. Not long after, Naruto brought his head up. You would think that in a village the size of Konoha you wouldn't run into the same people time and time again, Naruto said. Hinata nodded and was about to verbally agree before she was cut off. Hey Naruto, came Sakura's always loud voice. Hinata turned to look. Clearly she had gone shopping since they met her earlier. She was carrying a small bag. Sakura jogged up to Naruto and Hinata. Hello Sakura-chan, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. Oh, me and Sasuke-kun went shopping after we met you guys earlier, Sakura explained, motioning behind her without looking. Hinata leaned to the side to look behind Sakura. Where is he now? Hinata asked, unable to see the Uchiha. Sakura turned around and did not see a trace of Sasuke. A vein popped out on her forehead. I'll kill him. Sakura fumed. I thought you two had something to do together after you left us, Naruto said. Sakura turned to look at her teammate. We did, but we changed our plans, Sakura said. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Just what is the situation between you and Sasuke? You two seem almost inseparable. Naruto pried into business that did not belong to him. To be honest Naruto, I don't know. He doesn't seem to mind when I am near him, he doesn't resist when I slip my hand into his. But there haven't been any words or actions to confirm what our relationship is, be it friends or something more, Sakura explained. Well, if you're waiting for Sasuke to make the first move then you are in for a long wait. When have you ever known Sasuke to express his feelings? Naruto pointed out. That's probably the reason why Ino-chan made the first move, Hinata said, confusing Sakura. Excuse me? Sakura asked. Hinata shifted her gaze and did her best to avoid the question. She had assumed that Ino would have told Sakura. Then again, for Ino-chan to admit that she asked Shikamaru-san out might embarrass her, Hinata thought. Sakura saw the shifting eyes and the deep thought processes that was going on in Hinata's mind and realized that she was not going to say anything more on that subject. I'll just get Ino to tell me later, Sakura thought. So anyway, we were going to get some lunch but then I had an idea to go shopping. Sasuke grudgingly agreed. We found something that we decided that we had to get, Sakura explained. Soon after that, we ran into Ino and Shikamaru and they told us about tonight. Are you going to tell them? Naruto nodded. I sorta need you and Sasuke there to back me up, Naruto said. Sure Naruto, we'll be there, Sakura reassured. Oh. And before I forget, here. Sakura handed the small bag she was carrying to Naruto. She held it for about 5 seconds in front of Naruto, before she smacked her overly large forehead. What? Naruto was oblivious to the bag being held out to him. Hold out your hand Naruto, Sakura said. Naruto did as he was told and Sakura put the bag in his hand. What's this? Naruto asked, happy to receive a gift. He felt it. It was kind, neither thick nor thin, and it felt short as well. Naruto found an opening to the bag and brought out what was inside. It gave him a better feeling. It feels like four thick bars joined together in a square, Naruto thought as Naruto explored the item. Sakura and Hinata watched with both patience and fascination. Naruto rotated the item, then felt a rubber surface on one of the bars. It feels like rubber. It feels nice. Naruto ran his hand down that bar. After the rubber ended, he felt a small bump. He pressed it with his thumb. The bump pushed into the bar with a click. Naruto felt the item come loose. He held it from the rubber bar and held it out. Naruto heard a few more clicks and felt a few vibrations after he did this. He was confused and brought the item back down to further examine it, but found that he couldn't bring it down any further. From the rubber surface he was holding, he couldn't bring it down past the bottom of his chest. An idea surfaced in Naruto's mind. He held the item at a distance with his right hand and angled the palm of his left at the now long single bar. Naruto used his chakra sense and scanned the item. Damn, I'm getting rusty. I've gotta use this more often, Naruto thought. The image he was receiving of the item wasn't as clear as before. He did as best as he could to understand it. Wow, it's a long bar now. It has 3 joints that connect the 4 bars. It's about chest height, Naruto described to himself. What is it? Naruto asked. It's a cane, Sakura declared. You use it to feel your way around. Okay. I've already got a way though, Naruto said. Yeah, but you can't use that sixth sense thingy all the time, right? Sakura pointed out. No, I meant Hinata-chan. Naruto grinned. But yeah, thanks, this could be useful, at least until I get a hang of this sixth sense, or would it be a fifth sense, since I lost one, Naruto pondered. Okay, I've got to go and find Sasuke-kun. I'll see you two tonight. Sakura waved and walked away. Naruto assumed that to collapse the cane he would just have to press the button again. He did so and it made another collection of clicks. Naruto nodded in approval as he folded it up again. Where could I put it? Naruto wondered. An idea struck him. He quickly removed the kunai that were in his leg holster and put them in his ninja pouch. With his kunai holder empty, Naruto put his folded cane into the space. It was a tight fit, but it didn't pose a problem. Once Naruto had put it in, he barely felt it, for it was so light. I'll practice with it later. I might take someone's eye out if I use it in this crowded place, Naruto said. Okay. Where do you want to go now? Hinata asked. Why don't we get something to eat? You can pick where we eat this time, Naruto said, so long as it's not a salad bar, though. No, of course not, Hinata giggled. Hinata led Naruto to a small cafe that she usually went to with her team. She walked inside with Naruto and sat down at one of the tables in the corner. It was a small corner cafe. It had 6 circular tables and a small kitchen at the back. Hinata took a seat after guiding Naruto to the one opposite chair. The tables were a good size, each had 2 or 3 chairs. It was after lunch, so most of the lunchtime customers had left, although a few people were still sitting at tables having a drink while reading a book or talking quietly to their companions. It wasn't long before a waitress noticed them. She came over to them with a pencil and a notepad. What would you like, Hinata-san? The waitress asked, barely noticing Naruto. A large portion of dango please, Hinata said quietly. The waitress smiled and jotted the order down. You've been coming here for the better part of 2 years, you have no need to be shy around here, the waitress said with a smile. A large plate for the both of you, yes. Yes, Hinata raised her voice above her whisper. The young waitress took a glance at Naruto, then back at Hinata, and gave her an approving smile. The waitress took the order to the kitchen. You've been coming here for 2 years? Naruto asked, trying to start a conversation. Yeah, I stumbled across this little place by accident. Ever since then I've come here for lunch or for a quick snack, Hinata said. It's a nice place, though it must get a bit loud if Kiba came here, Naruto said, whilst admiring the feeling of calm. Kiba-kun, Hinata said confused. Yeah, you must have shown this place to your teammates, Naruto said. Hinata felt a blush begin to surface. Well actually, Naruto-kun, you're the first person I've come here with. I come here when I need some personal space, Hinata explained, sort of like that spot in the Hyuga Gardens. Naruto nodded in understanding. I'm honored, Naruto said smiling. I think that you are the one person I trust more than anyone else in the village, Naruto-kun, Hinata confessed. Naruto felt himself be touched by the heart. I'm so lucky. There's no way that I could have ever been this happy with Sakura-chan, Naruto thought. Thank you, and I'm sorry for not noticing you sooner, Naruto apologized. Hinata smiled and put her hand on his. Don't be, Hinata said. The waitress was surprised at Hinata. In the years that she had known the young women, she had always been the polite, shy person. And now she was openly displaying affection. The waitress had been watching the two with amused interest. She almost jumped in surprise when the cook put the plate of dango next to her. Not wasting a second, she picked it up and walked over to the table of Naruto and Hinata. Hinata noticed the waitress's approach and quickly retracted her hand to give some room for the plate. The waitress carefully placed the plate down. It was a generous helping of dango. It might be a challenge for the two of them to finish. Thank you, Ryoko-san, Hinata said gratefully. Ryoko smiled encouragingly at Hinata, before going to take the order of someone else in the cafe. Hinata looked at the dango on sticks and smiled in anticipation. She loved dango. Here, Naruto-kun, Hinata picked up one of the sticks and placed it in Naruto's hand carefully. Thanks Hinata-chan, Naruto said moments before he swallowed one of the dango balls whole. It didn't take him more than a couple of moments to finish the other two that were on the skewer. He put the stick down and helped himself to another. He acted a bit too quickly as he was about to pick up a fresh stick. He pricked his hand on the pointed end of a skewer. But this did not deter him. This time he carefully picked up a stick of dango. Though he could not see her, Hinata was eating at a remarkable pace, while still managing to keep up her table manners. The two sat and devoured all but the last stick. Each had the sweet taste in their mouths but decided that they wanted more. Naruto's hand already moved and searched for the last stick. Hinata thought carefully about what she should do. I could let Naruto-kun have the last one, but I love dango so much, but I love Naruto-kun more, but dango. Hinata was in severe conflict with her love of Naruto and of dango. All the while Naruto's hand was inching closer and closer to the last one. Naruto-kun can't see. He doesn't know that there's one left. You could just take it and tell him that there was none left. Hinata had an image of herself dressed in a dark, skin-tight outfit with a miniskirt, with long, partially red-dyed hair flowing freely behind her. She was idly filing her nails with a kunai as she sat cross-legged on a low wall. This represented her dark side which very rarely raised its head. No, number. Naruto-kun is our guest. You must let him have the last one. Anyway, it's wrong to take advantage of his disability. A second image of herself appeared in Hinata's mind. This one was dressed in a cream-colored dress. Unlike the previous one, this one was wearing an outfit that covered her cleavage and past her mid-thighs. Her hair was tied up behind her head. This personality was Hinata's goodwill, her light side. They both make such good points, Hinata thought. She saw in her mind the two halves of herself. On the left was colored purple. This conveyed the feeling of darkness while still making dark side Hinata stand out, and there she stood, in all her glory, doing her best to make her female assets stand out. She still had her kunai. On the right was light side Hinata. She was standing in front of a pale yellow backdrop. She stood in a dignified position, her hands joined together in front of her, a kind smile on her lips, and not slouching over in the slightest. Both were trying to convince her to do it their way. Hinata's hand shot out in a flash and grabbed an end of the skewer before Naruto's hand discovered it. Atta girl. Dark Hinata praised. Light Hinata looked disappointed. It's bad enough that you saw the love of our life naked, without his knowledge. Now you steal the last stick of dango, which clearly, Naruto-kun was going for. Light Hinata said, Dark Hinata rolled her eyes at her companion and grinned wickedly before she silenced Light Hinata. Hey, watch it with that thing! Light Hinata shouted after the kunai zipped past the back of her head, cutting the band that held her hair up. The piece of band fell to the floor and Light Hinata's hair fell gracefully down. It now looked like Dark Hinata's, except undyed. Ah, shut up. You know you liked walking in on Naruto-kun like that. Dark Hinata grinned just before all three Hinatas sighed dreamily at the memory. What? Naruto asked, hearing the sigh. Hinata was brought back to reality with a jolt and a blush after where her train of thought led. Hinata once again saw her two personalities in her mind, looking at her expectantly. Hinata thought of a way out of it. Quickly, she sank her teeth into one of the balls on the stick and pulled it off. Dark Hinata laughed manically in her victory, while Light Hinata shook her head. But after Hinata had taken the ball off the stick, she put it in Naruto's hand. In her mind, Light Hinata looked at her companion with a smile. Each glared at each other before simultaneously turning their backs on each other and disappearing. Thanks, Hinata-chan, Naruto said happily, unaware of the thought processes that had run through Hinata's mind. There's one missing, Naruto said as he only felt two balls on the stick. Oh, ish there. Hinata struggled with the dango in her mouth. Naruto smiled after realizing what happened and remained silent as he finished the last dango. After Naruto was finished, Hinata put some money on the table for a tip before she got up from her seat. Naruto got up and waited for Hinata to take his arm. Hinata quickly took Naruto by the hand and walked up the counter where Ryoko was reading a magazine. As Hinata approached, Ryoko quickly straightened up. She quickly gave Hinata the bill. Thank you, Hinata said as she received the bill. She quickly fished out the right amount of money. Thank you, Ryoko said. Hinata bowed and led Naruto outside. Once they were outside, Hinata brought Naruto's arm around her shoulders and put hers around his waist and began to walk. It was starting to get dark, the amount of birdsong was decreasing and the amount of people on the streets was lessening. The temperature was also beginning to fall, sending a chill across Naruto's bare arms. You wanna go back to my apartment? I'm starting to get a bit cold, Naruto said. Hinata felt the goosebumps where his bare arm made contact with the back of her neck. Okay, Hinata said. What time is it, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, remembering his appointment with telling his friends about his secret. We have about 45 minutes before we have to go, Hinata answered. Really? You really do lose track of time when you can't see, Naruto said to himself. Anyway, let's go get my jacket then we'll head off to your house, Naruto said softly. Okay, Naruto-kun, Hinata nodded. She led Naruto onto the main street and walked him to his apartment as she had done times before. One of the advantages the cafe had was that it was a stone's throw away from Naruto's apartment, yet another reason why Hinata liked it. Every time she came, she would hope that she would run into him by chance. But now the cafe had lost that advantage since Naruto had moved apartment. Hinata led Naruto past his old apartment and followed the path she walked that morning to Naruto's apartment. It wasn't too long before it came into view. All the time, Naruto seemed to be in thought, so Hinata decided that she'd leave him alone for the time being. Hinata carefully led Naruto up the stairs to the building. To her, Naruto seemed to be getting a bit sluggish, though it was understandable. We're here, Naruto-kun, Hinata said to the silent Naruto. He responded with a mere nod of his head. Hinata brought out the key and let Naruto and herself in. Wait here, Naruto-kun, I'll go find your jacket, Hinata said. She put his hand on the table in the middle of the room, so that he had something to keep him steady. Okay. Naruto smiled at the girl. Hinata went into Naruto's room and looked around. His jacket was on the floor by the bed. Hinata quickly walked over and picked it up. As she did, something fell out of an inside pocket. It was a small, cylindrical, brown container. Hinata took a closer look. It seemed familiar. She carefully picked it up. She noticed that it had a few cracks in it. Finally, she allowed her brain to recognize it. It was the jar of ointment that she had given to Naruto. In that moment of realization, she felt her heart melt. He had kept the jar with him since that day in the Chunin exams. Hinata rose to her feet, feeling slightly breathless. She held Naruto's jacket in one hand and cradled the jar in her other and then helplessly smiled, not just a reserved smile that she usually did, but one that she felt to her very core. She realized with slight embarrassment that Naruto was still outside, waiting for her. Still with a smile, she quickly put the jar back in Naruto's jacket. With his jacket in hand, Hinata came out of the bedroom and walked fearlessly up to Naruto and threw her arms around him and claimed his lips with her own. Naruto jumped in shock. This was a most unexpected turn of events. His knees weakened, forcing him to go down. Hinata was not going to allow the moment to be ruined by Naruto collapsing, so she maneuvered his body backwards onto the table, all the time keeping their lips in contact. Naruto was getting over the initial shock, and put his arms around the girl who seemed to be attached to his lips. Hinata had forgotten herself, she was only aware of two things. First, she was kissing Naruto with more intensity than ever before. Second, she didn't want to stop. Her body was half lying on Naruto's, her left leg was pinning him to the table, to make sure he wasn't going to go anywhere. Not that he wanted to. Naruto was surprised, and even slightly scared by the sudden change in Hinata, but what he was feeling in the kiss both mentally and physically disabled him from moving anything but his arms and head. Even the discomfort of the hard table went unfelt by Naruto. Minutes had passed, both had started to breathe through their noses, they felt each other's breath tickle their face. Naruto's shy hands had come to rest on Hinata's hips, once there they refused to move. Hinata's hands were slightly more confident, her right hand was twirling a spike of Naruto's hair around her finger, her left rested on his rapidly ascending and descending chest. Just as Naruto was beginning to feel comfortable with the situation, something else unexpected but pleasant happened. Dark Hinata made another appearance in Hinata's mind and submitted an order to her weakened state of mind. Naruto froze to the spot, his entire body clenched, his chest even stopped rising and dropping. Hinata's tongue had forced entry to Naruto's mouth and was now exploring its new environment. Naruto's hands began to shake at Hinata's hips, his face began to show a tint of blue from not breathing. He had to focus to keep his eyes from opening up wide behind the bandages. With every last ounce of willpower and mental strength, he moved his tongue to connect with Hinata's. When they made contact, it was the most powerful sensation either of them had ever felt before in their lives. With this in mind, Naruto became more confident as he took the battle to her mouth and began exploring like she had just done. Hinata's tongue caressed Naruto's as it explored the warm, moist softness of her mouth and tongue. Naruto found himself addicted to the feeling, the closeness, the taste. Inside Hinata's mind, Dark Hinata was laughing maniacally, even Light Hinata was smiling. All good things must come to a stop, but they have to slow down first. It was in this moment that Hinata's conscious mind began to reawaken and realize the situation she was in. Memories of the past 10 minutes also came back to her. Her body had ceased moving in disbelief, her face was aflame when she felt Naruto's tongue against her own, when she felt the position they were in and a final fact that she was the one who initiated it. She knew that she had to stop it, her inner selves begged her not to and she herself didn't want to, but she knew that they had somewhere to be and it was more important than her current activity, even although she could stay in that position all day. Hinata felt her mind slipping away. If she didn't act soon, then she would once again lose all sense of reason and return to what she was like a few minutes ago. She didn't want to dare think about what could happen if that happened. Hinata pushed Naruto's tongue back past her lips and closed them over Naruto's lower lip. Once she had his lip, she pulled her head back, tugging his lip in the process. Once she was clear, Hinata rested her head on his shoulder. Hin, Ayata, Ch-chan, Naruto was struggling for breath. Naruto-kun, hands, Hinata said. She had quickly regained her breath but her heart rate was still beating strong and hard. Naruto was confused by her choice of words. Why your hands? Hinata said shakily. Naruto was confused. His body had been numb, but the feeling began to return. His hands were resting on something soft. Curious, Naruto squeezed slightly. Hinata squeaked and her entire body jolted. As he usually does, Naruto pieced it together, the position of Hinata's body on his, the last known position of his hands, the softness that he felt and the reaction of Hinata when he squeezed. Naruto gulped loudly, his face matched Hinata's. Naruto with utmost care lifted his hands off of Hinata's backside and put them lightly on Hinata's middle back. Sorry, Naruto said quietly. Hinata managed a kind smile, even although he couldn't see it, Naruto felt it. Hinata gave Naruto a quick kiss on the nose before weakly pushing herself off the table. Her knees almost gave way when she slid off the table. Hinata took a hold of Naruto's hand and aided him off the table. Naruto almost fell over like her, but Hinata held him up. We should get going or we'll be late, Hinata said as she picked up Naruto's jacket which she dropped before attaching herself to Naruto. Here's your jacket, Hinata handed the jacket to him. Her voice seemed very quiet, Naruto understood why. Hinata moved alongside Naruto after he had put his jacket on. She timidly slid her arm around Naruto. She squeaked when he brought his arm around her shoulders. Hinata walked forward, bringing Naruto with her. I wonder what made Hinata-chan suddenly kiss me, Naruto thought. He then realized something. His jacket didn't feel right, something felt different. He then realized that the jar of ointment Hinata had given him was in the wrong pocket. He had always kept it in an inside pocket on his chest, but now it was in one lower down. He then understood Hinata's actions earlier. She must have found it in my jacket and was touched by the fact that I had kept it all this time, Naruto thought as he tightened his grip on the girl ever so slightly. The two made it out onto the street without any words. But they were comfortable with this. Hinata guided Naruto off down the street towards the Hyuga Manor, and the final decision whether he would be accepted. It was nearing the time set by Naruto, and Shikamaru had done his duty. With the help of Neji and Ino he rounded up all the 7 remaining genins. Now the 10 of them waited in a living area near the entrance of the house. Each were talking amongst themselves. They all stopped talking as they heard the front doors close with a bang, and the approaching footsteps. The genins and chunin were all wondering what it was that Naruto wanted. All except the 2 genins of Team 7 at the back wall of the room. It was a large room, big leather, antique furniture was lined up in a circle on the floor, all facing inward. Most of the genin were sitting on these pieces of furniture, awaiting the arrival of Naruto and Hinata. Shikamaru was on his own sitting at a table outside the circle. Ino was going from group to group trying to figure out what everyone knew. While Sakura and Sasuke were speaking quietly about Naruto. But now, everyone was silent as they listened to the approaching footsteps. A few more footsteps were heard before Hinata and Naruto entered the room. As they noticed their arrival, all the genin and the chunin entered the circle and silently took a seat. Hinata guided Naruto to the center of the circle and stayed by his side. Sasuke and Sakura also stood beside Naruto. There was a mixed reaction to the obvious closeness between Naruto and Hinata. Hinata took notice of the annoyed look on Kiba's face and smiled apologetically. Though everyone else were approving of the couple. Neji, Shino and Sasuke remained neutral as they always do. Go ahead, Naruto-kun, Hinata said reassuringly as she slipped her hand into his. With a smile, he began. Thanks for coming. What I have to tell you will explain why I haven't had an enjoyable upbringing. I've already told Hinata-chan, Sasuke and Sakura-chan, Naruto motioned to them with movements of his head, they have accepted me for who I am, not what I am. I hope that you feel the same way, but I won't blame you if you don't. Before I begin, I'd like to say that I like who I am. Before, I used to hate myself. But thanks to all of you, Iruka-sensei and Kakashi-sensei, I was able to like myself. Naruto felt Hinata squeeze his hand. You all of course know of the attack on Konoha by the Kyuubi. Naruto heard the sounds of acknowledgement before he continued. The fourth used a special technique to defeat the Kyuubi. Defeat, but not destroy. Naruto could hear confusion through the darkness of his sightlessness. To make sure that the Kyuubi would remain imprisoned, he sealed the demon in a living person, a newborn child. Hinata looked at each of the expressions on the faces in front of her. Most were confused, except Shikamaru, who had seemingly figured out where Naruto was going with it. But what he felt about it was unclear. He was, to say the least, surprised. Your parents told you to stay away from this child. He was known to many as the monster child. Large groups of kids would call him names like that, because he was avoided like a monster. They knew nothing of the real monster that was inside him. He was known as a monster, but you know him as Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata moved so that she had her arm around his waist. Sakura put her hand on his back, above Hinata's arm. Even Sasuke put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto endured the minutes of silence that roamed afterwards. It was killing him. He couldn't hear any kind of reaction, and he couldn't even use his eyes to read their expressions. The genins were looking to each other and occasionally back at Naruto. They had no idea what to say. The silence was broken by the least expected person. I understand, came Neji's voice. I know how it feels to have a seal that cannot be removed. Everyone looked at him. Hinata gave him a grateful smile. You have clearly influenced Neji's view on life, Naruto-kun. For that, you earned my respect and admiration. An action that you had no choice in to begin with is not any reason to change my mind. You still have my respect and admiration, Tenten said. Lee decided that he needed to say something, since his two teammates said something. When I first met you, I underestimated you. I then witnessed your skills and saw you as a worthy opponent and rival. The Kyuubi gives me a reason to want to prove that hard work can overcome a demon. It does not give me a reason to hate you. Lee was proud of what he said and was sure that Guy would be too. Lee looked across to the other genin. The closest seated to him was Kiba. Noticing the expecting look he was being given, he realized that he was expected to say something. If Hinata accepts you, then it's fine by us, Kiba said for himself and Shino. Hinata gave him a look that told him to say more. And, I suppose you're a good guy, despite what you carry, Kiba said. Hinata gave him a nod of approval. Shikamaru was next to voice his opinion. Surprisingly, he was not forced to do it. You're an idiot. How could think that we would think less of you for this? It wasn't much, but Naruto was grateful. Hinata found herself cast a glance at Sakura. She had been the only one to take the news negatively. You are loud, obnoxious, and a downright pain in my beautiful ass, Ino said, earning herself a giggle from the occupants of the room. But when it comes down to it, you care about your friends, more so than yourself. This quality is rare, and in my eyes is enough to redeem all of your flaws. I could never hate a fellow lover of food, Choji said. Everyone burst out laughing. Choji was being serious, but took no offense at the laughter. Naruto was laughing most of all. Thanks, that really means a lot to me, Naruto said after he had calmed down. He felt thrown back by the loyalty of his friends. Well, if that's all you have to say, then we have to get back to the shop, Ino said, prizing Shikamaru up from the gel-like softness of the couch he was sitting in. Surprising everyone, Ino walked up to Naruto and hugged him. Naruto was surprised but returned the gesture awkwardly. You're a good person, don't let anyone tell you different, Ino whispered in his ear. Thanks, Naruto grinned. Shikamaru gave Naruto a simple pat on the shoulder. Catch you later, fox boy, Shikamaru trailed after Ino. Naruto laughed at his nickname. Yeah, I've gotta go take the clan dogs for a walk, and my mom will have me eating dog biscuits for a month if I'm late, Kiba said as he got up. Akamaru was yipping excitedly at his feet from the mention of the four-letter word. Kiba tried to think of something meaningful to say to Naruto as he left. Unable to think of anything, he settled for giving him a warning. If I hear stories that you've been mistreating Hinata, then we won't forgive you, Kiba said. You don't have to worry about that, I would lay down my life for her, Naruto declared. Tenten and Sakura cocked their heads, they felt the power of Naruto's words. I'm sure you will. Come on Shino, I'll walk you home. Kiba and Shino left. Everyone heard and felt a near-deafening rumble. I'm getting a bit hungry. I think I'll go find something to eat. Choji stood and left, not without wordlessly patting Naruto on the shoulder. I feel like going home now, Naruto said. Okay Naruto-kun. Hinata turned around and began leading Naruto out the room. Hold up. Naruto heard Sakura's voice, and felt her presence pull up beside him. We'll walk the pair of you. Sure. Naruto welcomed the company. The four of them exited the Hyuga estate and walked out onto the street. The sun had since set, to be replaced by the artificial glow of the street lamps. I'm glad that they understood, Sakura said. Yeah, I'm lucky to have such good friends, Naruto agreed. Have you used your cane yet? Sakura asked, noticing the gift she and Sasuke got for Naruto in his kunai holster. What? Oh, right, yeah I forgot about that, Naruto said feeling the cane on his leg. I haven't had a chance to test it out yet. What you guys gonna be up to tomorrow? Naruto asked. Dunno. When are your bandages coming off? Sakura asked curious. Naruto made a confused noise. Tomorrow it'll have been a week since the mission, Sakura said. Really? Wow. Who'da thought? Naruto said. He descended into thought. Silence roamed for a few minutes. So, you worried? Sakura asked. I haven't really been thinking about it enough to be worried, Naruto said quietly. Here's our stop, Hinata said, realizing that they had arrived at Naruto's apartment. So this is your new apartment? Sakura looked up at the building. Can we have a look? Hinata acted quickly to stop it. Maybe some other time, it's been a long day, Hinata said. Her real motive was to hide the fact that Naruto lived in a pink apartment, hide it until she spoke with Tsunade. Okay. Hope to see you tomorrow, Naruto, Sakura said, and hope to be seen by you tomorrow. Thanks, Naruto smiled as the two left. Naruto heard Sasuke's grunt before the sound of footsteps leading away. Hinata took Naruto by the hand and led him up the stairs. She quickly brought out the key and let the door open before guiding Naruto inside. Once he was inside, Naruto discarded his jacket on the table in the middle of the room. Hinata quickly put it on the coat hooks that were at the back of the apartment, above the radiator. She too removed her jacket and hung it alongside Naruto's. She now stood in Naruto's apartment in a tight, black tank top and matching pants. If Naruto could have seen her, he would have most likely blushed and turned away. Naruto-kun. Hinata noticed the expression on Naruto's face. His exposed forehead was wrinkled and his lips were in a neutral formation. Hinata noticed that there was a stale smell in the apartment. Hinata decided to let the apartment breathe. She slid open one of the large glass panels that went from the floor to the ceiling. She realized that they were actually sliding doors that led out onto balconies. Hinata walked over to Naruto and took him across the sliding door and led him out onto the balcony. She brought Naruto forward towards the decent-sized railing that would stop an accident from happening. Naruto put his arms on the rail and leaned on it. He just stood there and listened to the sounds of Konoha. Naruto-kun, I'm just going to make us a snack. Are you going to be alright? Hinata asked concerned. Yeah, I'll be fine, Naruto replied happily. Listening to the sounds of the night made Naruto feel better about the next day. Hinata backed away before turning around and going inside. Once inside, she went into the compact kitchen and had a look around. She decided not to make anything too complex. Hinata looked through the cupboards and through the fridge but only found instant ramen. It's to be expected, Hinata thought to herself. She removed a couple of cups and began to prepare them. Back outside, Naruto had brought out the cane that Sakura had given him. Does she expect me to never regain my sight? If she didn't, then why did she get me this? Naruto thought. Ah well, she probably just saw it and thought of me, Naruto reasoned. He started moving it about, feeling how it felt. He tested it by tapping it against the railing. It worked really well. He felt the force of the impact through the cane. This will be really useful. I wonder. Naruto used the cane and his chakra sense in unison. The combination worked really well. Naruto found he could move around much easier with the two aids. He smiled to himself at this discovery before collapsing the cane and putting it back in its place. He went back to listening to the night. He heard people on the street below him, but what fascinated him was the wind. He listened to the wind before, but for some reason it seemed all the more alive now. A few minutes later he felt the presence of Hinata behind him, along with the slight aroma of instant ramen. Naruto-kun. Just coming, Naruto said cheerfully as he turned around and headed towards the voice. He felt a hand take his and led him into the apartment. Hinata guided him to a seat at the table, where the smell of the ramen originated. Naruto's hand instinctively searched for the cup. He felt the heat and carefully moved his hand towards it. Once his hand found the source of, in Naruto's opinion, taste bud heaven. He found that chopsticks were already in the cup. He began to greedily devour the noodles inside the cup. Hinata was happy to see that Naruto had cheered up and proceeded to eat in a comforting silence. No words passed between the two as they emptied the cups of all noodles. That was good, Naruto said as he reveled in the fresh taste of ramen in his mouth. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Hinata said as she put the two empty cups in the bin under the table. What do you want to do now? Hinata asked. Naruto just shrugged. Have a seat on my couch, Naruto said. He hadn't sat in it yet and decided that he had to. Naruto got to his feet and walked back from the table to where he remembered the couch being. It was a large and very soft couch. Naruto sat in the center and patted the space to his right. Hinata blushed and joined him. Without much warning, Naruto hugged Hinata once she sat down. He hugged her with gently force, so that she was on her back on the couch. Her upper back and head rested on the soft armrest that molded itself to Hinata's back so it supported her with comfort. She slipped off her sandals and put her feet up on the couch. Naruto had already done so. His head rested on Hinata's upper chest so that he heard her heartbeat and his legs lay across the couch. Naruto's arms were around Hinata's waist and Hinata's bare arms were loosely around Naruto's neck. To be honest, I'm scared about the outcome tomorrow, Naruto said. Hinata leaned her head forwards and kissed Naruto on the top of the head. Don't worry about it, Hinata comforted him. Naruto snuggled in closer to Hinata, making her blush. What's your favorite color? Naruto asked. The question surprised Hinata, but it occurred to her how little Naruto must have known about her. Purple, Hinata responded. Naruto smiled as he began to feel at peace. What's your favorite animal? Naruto asked. A bird, they're so free, Hinata explained. What about you, Naruto-kun? What's your favorite color? Blue, I like orange as well. But my favorite color is blue, Naruto explained. The night continued like this for a while, each exchanging little bits of personal information. Hinata was in the middle of talking about the day that she realized Naruto. Her voice was like an angel to Naruto's ears. He struggled to listen to every word, but his mind needed to recharge. Hinata continued to speak. She stopped when she heard the light snores coming from Naruto. With a giggle she snuggled in closer to him. Hinata took out a kunai and held it by the blade. She reached up and flicked a conveniently placed light switch with the ring of the kunai. Good night, my fox. With these last words Hinata drifted off to sleep, in the embrace of the one she loved. Dun-dum, dun-dum, dun-dum. Inside the pink-covered walls of the main room of an apartment, slept a boy and a girl. Dun-dum, dun-dum, dun-dum. Somewhere in the transition between waking and sleeping was Naruto. He was currently feeling the most comfortable, safest and secure he had ever experienced in his life. Dun-dum, dun-dum, dun-dum. The same repeating beat was sounding in Naruto's right ear. Naruto didn't dare move in case he disturbed the comfort he felt. He was still half asleep and couldn't remember anything except the process required to breathe. As he breathed, he caught scent of possibly the greatest smell he had ever known to exist. Naruto's four unimpaired were returning one by one as his mind awakened. First to return was his hearing. Dun-dum, dun-dum, Dum all Naruto could hear was the repeating beat in his ear. It was very hypnotic. Naruto once again found himself under its spell. The second sense to return was Naruto's scent. He could still smell the sweet scent that he forced himself not to drool over. His sense of feeling came back subtlety. His head was laying against something soft and warm. His neck was being supported by something that Naruto could only think of as a cushion. His legs were seemingly tangled with something. His right arm was being weighed on by the mass that he himself was half lying on top of. His left arm was beside his head. Naruto's forearm was lying onto something that felt the same as what was under his neck. Finally, his hand was in contact with what felt like skin. Like a tap filling up a water glass, Naruto memory returned. His intimate moments with Hinata, the sharing of personal information between the two of them, and how he fell asleep in her arms. Naruto finally realized what everything he felt was. The steady beat he was hearing was Hinata's heartbeat. Naruto's head rested on the left side of Hinata's chest. The cushion that was supporting Naruto's neck was Naruto's face turned an incredible shade of royal purple. He then felt the tenderness underneath his left forearm as well as the skin under his fingertips. With a forced, audible gulp, Naruto moved his fingers slightly. He was relieved when he realized that the skin was only her neck. The color faded ever so slightly from Naruto's face but returned a moment later with a vengeance when he felt a part of his body react to the extreme closeness of a female. He heard a sigh over the top of Hinata's heartbeat, before she snuggled in closer to the petrified Naruto. He was shaking, unknowing of what to do. He could hardly move because Hinata had her arms linked behind Naruto's back. Naruto carefully and reluctantly lifted his left arm from Hinata's body and pulled the hem of his shirt down to cover his embarrassment. Naruto's movement caused Hinata to stir. The loss of pressure and warmth on her chest had her moving uncomfortably. Naruto was a moment away from returning his arm to where it was but stopped himself when he realized what he'd have to intentionally touch. In Naruto's mind it was a no-win situation, so he decided to take the innocent way out. Which was to wait with his arm firmly on his leg. That is not my leg, Naruto thought when he failed to feel his hand on his leg. He did however feel something under his hand. I have terrible luck, Naruto groaned in his mind. He realized with yet more embarrassment that his hand was on Hinata's thigh, not his own. It wouldn't have been so bad if Hinata hadn't woken up. Hinata's process of waking up was faster than Naruto's. She was fully awake in seconds. What woke her up was probably what had made her wake up with such speed. The loss of warmth on her chest was enough to slightly awaken her conscious mind. What made her fully waken up was the sudden contact with her thigh. Her body was still half asleep even if her mind wasn't. This stopped her from jumping in surprise. Naruto should have been unaware that Hinata was awake. But there was one factor that alerted Naruto that she was no longer asleep. Dun dum, dun dum, dun dum dun dum dun dum. The tempo of the beat increased. Naruto smiled as Hinata's heartbeat rapidly increased, though he was disappointed with the fact that they'd have to get up now. Morning Hinata-chan, Naruto greeted softly. He didn't even notice himself tracing circles on Hinata's thigh with his index finger. Hinata's heartbeat was still racing. Naruto was still practically hypnotized by the beat. Over it all, Naruto heard Hinata's breath. He then felt her arms, which were loosely around his back, tighten and slide up to Naruto's head. Hinata cradled Naruto's head between her arms and kissed the top of his hair. Morning, came Hinata's soft, heavenly voice. Naruto heard the tired tone in her voice and found the reason why she didn't stutter or react timidly at Naruto's contact with her thigh, to which Naruto was still tracing circles on. I could stay here all day, Naruto said softly, being wary not to break the mood that had formed over the two. Hinata hummed her acknowledgement. With a content smile, Naruto's hand drew tiredly up the side of Hinata's body to her right shoulder blade where his other hand was. Naruto shifted up closer to Hinata. He tightened his grip around her back and to her legs with his own. Naruto still heard Hinata's heartbeat. It was holding steady at the rapid rate it was at. Naruto heard a very audible gulp. He also felt Hinata's body temperature increase, most likely from a blush. Naruto could work out that Hinata's shy side had returned. As much as he didn't want to move, Naruto didn't want to make Hinata feel uncomfortable either. It was an easy decision when he thought about it. With a few movements, Naruto pushed up off the couch and into a sitting position. Hinata had been brought up to a sitting position by Naruto's movement because her arms were still firmly around his back. Hinata leaned into Naruto in a hug. "I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I can't be with you for today," Hinata said regretfully. Naruto remembered her training session and sighed in disappointment. Disappointment at not being with Hinata for the day, not her going to train to become stronger. "I understand. But you'll be back later, yeah? I want you to be the first person I see when I open my eyes," Naruto said. Hinata blushed anew and increased the pressure on the hug and planted a soft kiss on the base of his neck. Naruto's neck tingled where Hinata had kissed him. With a gulp and infinite care, Naruto shifted both of their forms so that their legs hung over the edge of the couch. "As much as I'd love to, we can't sit here all day," Naruto said while rubbing Hinata's back softly. He heard a heavy sigh come from the girl in his arms. "You're right," Hinata's soft, tired voice said. "I'll go make us some breakfast." With that, Hinata stood up and left the warm embrace of Naruto. "Wait. You don't have to," Naruto said. "It's okay," Hinata said. She was feeling a bit cold from the loss of heat from Naruto and shivered slightly. She was only wearing her purple leggings and her black tank top. Hinata made her way over to Naruto's little kitchen. She walked through the doorway and started looking for something to eat. Naruto-kun's been having a little too much ramen as of late, Hinata thought as she looked through the cupboards that were stockpiled with cups of ramen. The only thing edible that wasn't ramen was bread and butter. With a shrug of her shoulders, Hinata put as many slices bread in the toaster as it could hold and set it for a light toast. Hinata then looked in the fridge, looking for something to drink. She retrieved a carton of orange juice from the back of the under-filled fridge. She brought it out and placed it on the countertop, then proceeded to look for a couple of glasses. She checked in one of the high cupboards and found a few glasses. She quickly brought them out and filled them with orange juice. The moment that she put the carton back down, the toast popped out of the toaster. Perfect timing, Hinata thought. She quickly removed the hot toast and put it on a breadboard. Finally, she reached out and took hold of the butter container. She found a butter knife in a drawer and began scraping the butter on the hot slices of toast. Naruto wasn't sure of what to do. There wasn't much to do aside from sit there on the couch. Hinata walked out of the kitchen with the fresh toast and the glasses of orange juice on a small tray that she had found. Naruto's ears perked at the sound of Hinata's footsteps. Hinata deposited the tray on the table. "Naruto-kun, would you like some help?" Hinata asked. She was aware of how much he had been helped over the week. She also knew that if she kept on helping him with every little thing, then he would never get used to his blindness if it turns out to be permanent. Naruto silently appreciated this. "I'll be fine, thanks." Naruto stood up and stepped over to the table. He banged his knee against a chair by accident but didn't make a fuss as he sat down. Hinata smiled and sat down also. "It's a big day for the both of us," Naruto said. Hinata nodded. "Have some toast." Hinata put a few slices on a small plate and placed it in front of Naruto. "Thanks." Naruto grinned as he picked up the toast and bit into it with a satisfying crunch. As they had grown accustomed to over the week, the two ate in silence. It didn't take Naruto long to finish his toast. Hinata wasn't feeling too hungry, so she left a few slices. "Here, Naruto-kun." Hinata slid the glass of juice into Naruto's hand. Naruto accepted it and downed the entire glass. Hinata giggled at his acceptance of the breakfast that she prepared. "I can't wait till tonight," Naruto exclaimed. "Why?" Hinata asked. "After the bandages come off, I can finally have a shower without having to worry about the state of the bandages. My scalp has been itching all week," Naruto said, scratching his head. An idea formed in Hinata's mind, and it wasn't dark Hinata's suggestion. Though she was proud of the shy girl for thinking of it. I always knew you were more like me. It's always the shy ones that you look out for. Dark Hinata made her presence known to Hinata. Hinata groaned inside her mind at the reappearance of her dark side. Suggested, and I won't bother you for the rest of the day, Dark Hinata promised. Hinata had her doubts, especially since the two halves of herself were with her at all times. If it bothers you that much, Naruto-kun, then I could, wash your hair for you, Hinata blushed and stuttered her way through her sentence. Naruto looked very red in the face. I don't know. I mean, my bandages could come off and damage my eyes and screw up the day for me, Naruto said. In truth, Naruto was severely tempted to take Hinata's offer up on the shower, but he knew what could happen. Hinata was about to give up when her dark side persisted that she continue. I suppose I could cover up the window and put a hand towel over your eyes, Hinata suggested. It's okay. Really? Naruto put up his arms in front of him to shrug it off. Hinata made a disappointed sigh. Naruto picked up on this and grinned evilly. If you really want, then you could give me a shower tonight, Naruto said. Hinata missed a heartbeat and coughed. Hinata couldn't form any words from the embarrassment. I'll take that as a yes then, Naruto said, still grinning. Before Hinata had a chance to respond in any way, Naruto stood up and stretched. Anyway, let's not waste any more time. You have to get to your training, Naruto said. Hinata had almost forgotten again. But what about you? Hinata asked, concerned. This confused Naruto. You need someone to help you around today, Hinata pointed out. Oh yeah, well, we'll work something out, Naruto said. Come on, let's go, Hinata smiled and stood up. She quickly made her way around the table and took Naruto by the arm. She effortlessly guided Naruto to and out the door. Once they were outside, Naruto took a deep breath. I think it's gonna be a good day, Naruto said, feeling the calmness of the morning air. Wait, I forgot my jacket, hold on, Hinata said before quickly darting back inside to retrieve her jacket from the coat hooks where she left it last night. She wondered if Naruto would like his jacket as well, seeing it hung up beside hers. Then again, it wasn't a cold day, the temperature was quite pleasant. She only wanted her jacket because her black tank top was something far too revealing to be worn outside. She quickly came back outside to see Naruto waiting patiently for her. With a small smile, she took her place beside Naruto and snaked her arm around his waist as she had been accustomed to. Naruto mirrored. Naruto and Hinata walked together, attracting stares from villagers who could not believe the clearly intimate union between the demon fox and the Hyuga heiress. Hinata noticed the stares, noting the mixed reactions. Some villagers showed suppressed disgust, others were shaking their heads and chuckling. It was almost exactly the impression that Hinata was expecting. Being the second most known member of the Hyuga clan, second to her father, the entire village knew who she was. To be seen with Naruto caused great confusion within the villagers. I wonder why I didn't notice the villagers' reactions before, Hinata thought. The reason behind her ignorance was that when she had guided Naruto before, Hinata had kept her head down. Now, she felt more confident, and although she didn't notice, she was walking upright and boldly, not ashamed or embarrassed of who she was or whom she was with. Hinata didn't consciously realize the boost of confidence that being with Naruto gave her. To the trained eye, the clearest evidence of her lack of insecurity was the fact that her jacket was unzipped. Those who knew Hinata knew that she wore her jacket on even the hottest of days. It gave her a false sense of a barrier to protect her. The fact that her jacket was unzipped was an indication that she had brought down her walls and was now open. Hinata herself couldn't explain the feeling inside of her. As Hinata glanced around, she saw the Ninja Academy. Naruto-kun, why don't we have a look inside the Ninja Academy? There might be someone there to help you, Hinata suggested, thinking that Iruka might be there. Yeah, sounds good to me, Naruto nodded. Hinata noticed that Naruto had become slightly quieter over the week. Maybe she was having an effect on him as he was on her. He still had his outbursts, but he was no longer in a constant state of hyperactivity. Hinata led Naruto through the gates. The sound of faint running entered Naruto's ears. He assumed that it was merely the students in a physical training lesson. He didn't just allow himself to be led, he put as much effort into moving as Hinata did. Naruto hated the thought of being treated like a cripple, though the idea that Hinata would be with him all the time was appealing. No, I can't take Hinata-chan away from her life. This is the entire reason I learned the chakra sense, in case I am without sight permanently. I can't just rely on others, I must hold up my end and prove to all that I will continue my existence as a ninja of the leaf, Naruto declared to himself. An idea struck Naruto after his train of thought ended. I can't use my chakra sense on a permanent basis because of the fact that it drains too much chakra to maintain, although the amount that I use up isn't enough that I pass out, but it's enough to cause me to weaken slightly, Naruto remembered in Tsunade's office when he came over lightheaded from the use of the sense. It's all to do with the amount I use. When I use it, I release the chakra from my entire body. If I limit how much of my body I release it from, then that would increase the amount of time I could use it for. I could use my hands like I've been practicing, but that wouldn't be very practical, Naruto thought, trying to work a way to perfect his chakra sense for mobility. My feet, my legs, I could release chakra from my legs. I'll be able to sense anything on the ground and avoid it. I suppose it would be like walking around with a cap pulled down. I'd only see what is on the ground in front of me. Naruto wasted no time in putting the theory into practice. With Naruto's ability to release chakra for tasks such as climbing trees and walking on water, he found no hard task to extend this skill to include releasing chakra from his leg from the knee down. Mind your step, Naruto-kun, there are a few steps, Hinata warned. Naruto snapped out of his thought processes to acknowledge Hinata's words. Okay, thanks. Naruto slowly stepped up the hazard that Hinata had pointed out to him. I wonder what's gonna happen after tonight, Naruto thought aloud. What do you mean? Hinata asked. Naruto was up the steps and she had resumed her position at her boyfriend's side. Well, you were given the week off to help me, but you can't be with me all the time unfortunately, Naruto said the last part under his breath, but Hinata heard it clearly enough and with a blush, snuggled in closer to Naruto, slipping under his arm. She had to crouch down ever so slightly. In truth, Hinata was taller than Naruto, but not by very much. You couldn't tell unless you focused on the pair of them. And even then, the height difference was so little that no one really noticed, but Hinata did, she had the eyes to tell her these things. The peculiar thing was that in the past few days when Hinata slipped under Naruto's arm, she didn't crouch down at all, in fact she seemed smaller than him. This was because of Hinata's shy nature and her tendency to try and shrink into her coat. She herself didn't realize that she crouched ever so slightly, thus making herself seem deceptively small. But with her newfound confidence, Hinata had forgotten this habit and stood tall, proud, and ever so slightly taller than Naruto. Hinata guided Naruto through the open door of the academy and down a corridor. She stopped Naruto at a door, then knocked before opening it. Naruto heard the voices of the Chunin and Junin inside the room, along with that he smelt the faint smell of coffee, an indication that they were on a break from their teaching duties. Excuse me, he heard Hinata's voice, louder than normal. A familiar voice answered. Oh, Hinata, good to see you. The owner of the voice exited the room and shut the door. Naruto, it's good to see, what's with the forehead protector? The voice of a tired Yumino Iruka asked. Iruka-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, as he lunged towards the voice. That's enough, Naruto. Now answer my question, Iruka said. He had been looking forward to going home and climbing into his nice soft, warm bed after his recent mission. With a small smile, Naruto released the Chunin and took a step back, accidentally bumping into Hinata in the process. Oh, sorry Hinata-chan, Naruto apologized. Iruka briefly examined the two before him. Exactly what have I missed? Iruka thought to himself, taking into account Naruto's forehead protector as well as the interaction between Naruto and the normally shy girl that was Hinata. She looks different somehow. Iruka couldn't put his finger on it and discarded his thoughts. Naruto, Iruka said, returning the boy's attention to himself. Oh, right. He is a lot quieter since I last saw him. He hasn't even pestered me for some ramen yet, Iruka idly thought. A wee bit of an accident on my last mission, Naruto carefully explained. Long story short, I'm blind till at least tonight. Iruka's light-hearted attitude dropped in an instant. Why you're blind? Iruka asked in disbelief. Either that or Obeken has blown a small joke way out of proportion, Naruto said, trying hard not to make his former sensei worried. Hinata heard Naruto's words and was reminded of Naruto's pink apartment. She remembered that she still had to talk to the Hokage about it. How bad is it? Iruka asked seriously. Naruto really didn't want Iruka to be concerned. He wasn't doing a spectacular job of it though. Well, it's like being unable to see out of one eye, except I'm unable to see out of both. Naruto made a mental note to not become a diplomat. Have you seen a doctor about this? What are you doing out and about? You should be at home. Iruka exploded in a panic of worry. Naruto slapped his forehead. Hinata was glad that someone was concerned for Naruto's sake. Oh, I almost forgot, my apartment was trashed as well, Naruto said with an offhanded smile. What? Nice going, Naruto, Naruto thought to himself. Iruka-sensei, chill, it's alright, I'm not worried, so you shouldn't be either. Naruto raised his arms in front of himself. Besides, it's all been taken care of. Obeken was kind enough to give me a new apartment, and with people such as Hinata-chan here to help me, then I couldn't be happier. Naruto grinned as he slipped an arm around Hinata's waist. Iruka didn't know what to think. In the short time he had been away, so much had changed. Iruka-sensei. I was wondering if you could be so kind as to take Naruto off my hands for a while. I have to go home to train, Hinata asked. Well, I was going to go home, I've just come off a mission and I needed some rest. Iruka heard the disappointed sigh that emanated from the shy girl, but I suppose it'll just be for a few hours. Hinata instantly brightened up. Hinata-chan, you sound almost glad to be rid of me, Naruto said playfully. Hinata picked up on this and rubbed his back affectionately and pecked him on the cheek. See you later. Hinata waved her goodbye, turned and left. Well, Naruto, what do you want to do? Wanna get some ramen? Iruka asked, full well knowing the answer. Maybe later, Naruto answered, having just had some breakfast. Okay then, let's g. What? You don't want ramen? Iruka yelled. Quiet down. This is a school, you know, Naruto said. Iruka's jaw was hanging loose. Don't you like ramen anymore? Iruka asked in shock. Sir, you offend me. You ever say that again, I may just have to challenge you to a duel, Naruto said in a fake, noble manner as if he were protecting a lady's honor. A deathly silence loomed over the two. Okay, so that's a no on the ramen front. Iruka confirmed. Yes, no. What? Later. I'm just not hungry right now, Naruto said before falling into the trap. With being on the inactive list, I can't do any missions nor can I train, so I have nothing to waste my energy with, eliminating the need for my somewhat large intake of ramen, Naruto explained. You sound nothing like the Naruto I knew, Iruka said. Come on, let's get out of here, I want to hear why you haven't been around for the week, Naruto said excitedly. With a smile made his way towards the door. Well, it all started when Tsunade. Iruka-sensei, Naruto's voice sounded annoyed. Iruka turned around to see that Naruto hadn't moved. Right, you're blind. Iruka shook his head and returned to Naruto's side to guide him by the shoulder, out the door. Well, it all started when Tsunade-sama handed me the mission dossier. Iruka began to retell his mission from the start. He was once again interrupted when Naruto walked into the door that Iruka had stopped at to open. Naruto was not best pleased as he rubbed his nose. Sorry, Iruka said sheepishly. Carefully he opened the door before cautiously moving forward with an annoyed Naruto. I opened it up and my mission was to rendezvous with one of our spies that are working inside the hidden sound. I shouldn't have told you that. Iruka realized his folly only after he had made it. Spilling classified information to a lower ninja is a dangerous offense. Told me what? Naruto asked innocently. Idiot. You should have been listening, Iruka said angrily. So anyway, there I was sitting there for 2 days in the cold, forced to stay awake because of the danger of being so close to the sound border. Iruka had just stepped outside into the warmth of mid-afternoon, Naruto on hand. Why were you near the sound? Naruto asked. I can't tell you. So anyway, on the third day the spy found me in the predetermined meeting spot. I was in a bad way, sleep deprived, starved and barely hydrated. He thought that I was posing as a leaf shinobi because I was in a bad shape. I guess he assumed that I looked so bad because I had been in a fight with the real contact and taken his place. He refused to believe that I was really the person he was meant to meet. I eventually convinced him and he handed me some information and I staggered off back to Konoha. Easy. I think not. I had to dodge patrols, scouts and even had to stay under the cover of darkness to get home. Being forced to eat whatever I found. After I returned I dropped off the package. Then I had to come here to see how the academy students were doing. Iruka sighed. He remembered what it was like. He could still taste the foul mushrooms that he had to eat. I intend to sleep for an eternity after I'm finished with you, Iruka added as an afterthought. You may not want to have some ramen but I do, Iruka declared. Alright, fine. Naruto relented. Iruka walked out of the academy grounds and started off towards the Ichiraku. Hinata was nearing the Hyuga estate with an air of confidence surrounding her. She looked ahead. She could see the guardsmen as well as a few clan members at the windows of the large house in the compound. The most noticeable skyline feature that the Hyuga house casts is the watchman's tower. The tower was nothing more than a raised platform that looked down all around the Hyuga estate. The platform was so high so that the blind spot of the Byakugan was aimed towards the sky, giving the designated watchman an unbroken view of the entire estate and surrounding streets. Hinata could see the current watchman kneeling on the platform in his duty kimono. His gray hair was blowing slightly in the wind. The duty of a watchman was reserved for elderly Hyuga who are unable to perform mission and do not have a seat on the council and so they spend their days on lookout, sleeping and attending formal events in their off hours. Fortunately they are permitted to eat on duty. Even so, it was a job that Hinata would not like to have. She didn't believe that she would be up to it. As Hinata passed through the gates, the guardsman nodded to her. She returned the gesture and proceeded to the main training grounds. The training equipment was still there, but Iato was not. Hinata assumed that he would be there momentarily. The watchman must have passed word to him. Hinata quickly ran to her room to retrieve her training robe. She picked up the purple top from her room and quickly tied the black belt around her waist. She ran back to the training ground where she saw Iato emerge from one of the sliding doors. Wordlessly, he walked and stood in the yin-yang decorated circular platform and stood on one side. Hinata assumed that she was to do the same. She wasted no time in doing so. Iato opened his eyes. Let's see how much you have remembered, Iato said before rushing the girl. Hinata was surprised that he was the one to take the offensive. Last time, he only defended, yet he still managed to wear me down. This is going to be difficult, Hinata thought as Iato approached. Hinata hadn't enough time to activate her Byakugan. She dropped into the defensive stance and prepared for the approaching man. He started off with an open palm strike, aiming for Hinata's chest. Hinata quickly ducked underneath in an attempt to get behind the man. Unfortunately she met Iato's knee, which came up to meet her as she ducked down. Given the short amount of time, Hinata twisted her body to direct the attack to skiff her side. It still hurt. The strike to her side had caused her body to spin. Hinata used this to her advantage. She planted her hands on the ground and boosted up into a handstand. Once she was up, she utilized the momentum and split her legs in front and behind her. She spun with her legs now ready to release chakra. As she spun, she felt a contact on her leg and ceased her rotation with a smile and returned to her feet. She returned to her feet a little too late to witness the wince of pain that Iato showed as Hinata delivered the chakra-filled kick that caught him in the back. Very good, Iato praised, an unnoticeable quiver in his voice. We can begin. This confused Hinata. Begin, Hinata said, a bit out of breath but confident as ever. Yes, do you really think that this is proper Hyuga training? How is this any different from regular training? Now, we begin, Iato said, walking over to the training equipment that had remained untouched. Oh boy, Hinata thought, feeling a nervous shiver. Naruto and Iruka were happily slurping down their bowls of ramen. Iruka was savoring every drop and strand while Naruto was devouring his without stopping for breath. Even if he wasn't hungry, it was still ramen. Iruka finished his bowl and turned to Naruto after signaling for another 2 bowls. So what's been happening? You and Hinata-san especially, Iruka asked. Well, you know how I told you that my apartment was trashed. Well, there is a note left as well, putting into words the general feel of hatred towards me, Naruto explained. That's happened before though, why was it any different this time? Iruka asked. I don't know, probably because I haven't had to see the hatred and only being with Hinata's kindness gave me security, but that one note tore that all down, taking me with it. If it wasn't for Hinata-chan, Naruto decided not to finish his sentence. He was flicking his forehead protector with the nail of his thumb in thought. She made me feel good about who I was. For that, she has my love. Love. Wow. Iruka was surprised that his former pupil had found love in the space of time that he had been away. I'm happy for you. Thanks, Naruto smiled, still flicking his forehead protector. It's about time she got up the courage to tell you how she feels, Iruka said idly. Naruto choked on the noodles that he was eating. What? You mean you knew about it too? It can't have been that obvious. Naruto was in shock. Iruka shook his head while chuckling. It was that obvious. You were too busy focusing on Sakura to realize how she felt in the academy, Iruka said. That struck a nerve in Naruto as he went silent as the grave. He's right, I did ignore her back then, even before the Chunin exams I didn't even give her a second glance, Naruto thought to himself. Iruka sensed a change in mood and turned to look at Naruto, who had his head down. The hand that was flicking his forehead protector was entangled into his spiky, golden fringe. Oops, Iruka thought to himself, he felt the need to change the subject. I hope you haven't been causing trouble over the week, Iruka said. A second passed, then 2, then 3, then Naruto's head sprang up. I don't cause trouble. Trouble just happens to find me, Naruto said cautiously. Iruka chuckled heartily at the boy. He tiredly leaned his head on his arm which was propped up on the counter. So what exactly has happened over the past week? Iruka asked. His eyes were having trouble focusing. Naruto grinned inanely. How he loved telling grand stories of his adventures. Well, it all started on the mission. Sasuke as usual was having his ass whipped by these mercenaries. How Iruka hated it when Naruto told them like this. Hinata was having a far less fun time. Iato had essentially deactivated her left arm during one of his strikes. This was much more intense than Hinata had initially thought. To the side, the practice dummy that had all the tenketsus marked on its wooden frame, was now just a pile of splinters on the ground. An assortment of weapons lay bent and broken around her feet. Iato stood about 12 feet away from Hinata. Hinata had to alter her stance to compensate for her lack of use in her left arm. She now stood to the side, her right foot where her weight is centered, her left foot back for balance, her left arm lay behind her body, motionless. Her right arm was poised in front of her, looking like a scorpion tail, ready to strike. Iato held in his hands 3 kunai, each looked identical. Each had an explosive tag wrapped on its handle. These 3 kunai have on their handle an explosive tag. Only one is active and can explode. It is up to you to decide which, and act accordingly. Iato began juggling the 3 kunai with expert precision so to confuse Hinata. Every so often he would flip one behind his back and catch it when it came over his shoulder. He never once broke eye contact with Hinata. Hinata had her Byakugan activated, she could see the way the chakra was flowing through each of the tags. One of the tags' chakra flow was different to the others, she couldn't be sure since the three kunai were constantly being flipped around. Within a blink of an eye, she saw all three kunai flying towards her. She calculated each trajectory. The kunai were coming towards her in a parallel formation, two in front and one behind in the middle. It was then, as Hinata had made up her mind and began moving, that she noticed that the chakra signature on each tag changed. In that split second her plan changed. The kunai were now in range. An adrenaline rush hit and the world seemed to slow down around Hinata. She jumped midway into the air and aligned her body so it was parallel to the ground. With the toe of her right foot and the heel of her left, she kicked the two kunai on the outside away from her. She landed just in time to catch the third kunai by the ring. She spun it around a few times on her finger before launching it high into the air. Simultaneously, all three kunai exploded. Around her, Hinata wasn't fazed in the slightest that all three kunai had exploded when she was told that only one would. The raising of an eyebrow on Iato showed that he was impressed that she had figured out that all three kunai were going to detonate. "You lied to me," Hinata stated. Her tone wasn't one of hurt, nor of surprise but of humor. "Sometimes you can't always trust information you are given in the field," Iato said. "Let's move on to the last lesson of the day." From nowhere Iato brought out a nearly uncountable number of weapons. "Bugger!" Hinata mentally exclaimed. The small smirk faded from her lips. "I trust you know this part of the lesson," Iato said as he arranged all the weapons on tables all around him. Each weapon was specifically designed for throwing. It had already been established that Iato was deathly accurate in his use of projectile weapons. This was the lesson that Hinata had been dreading. "So anyway, after I had delivered a swift kick to the back of Fuzzy Eyebrow's knee, he went down. But moments later he found new strength and laid into me with everything he had. One of his attacks removed my headband and my bandages, which exposed my eyes. Z's. Naruto stopped retailing the week that he had had. Iruka had fallen asleep long ago but Naruto didn't even notice until now. Naruto was now aware of Iruka's lack of consciousness. He could plainly hear the snores from the exhausted Chunin. He quickly and none too lightly poked him in the side. Iruka stirred slightly. "HNNN. Not now Anko." Iruka sleepily slapped Naruto's hand away. A cold shiver ran down Naruto's spine at hearing that name. Iruka pulled his remaining hand away from the counter so he could rub his sore neck. Unfortunately, the hand he pulled away was the hand that was supporting his head. All that Naruto heard was a loud thud, and the grumbling of a Chunin whose face was now bruised. As if it was made of rubber, Iruka's head bounced back up so that he was in an upright position, fully awake. "Sign what? Radar," Iruka said. Naruto was severely confused by his choice of words. Iruka looked around, seeing where he was, blushed at his use of the quote from his favorite comedy. Iruka-sensei?" Naruto questioned. Iruka misunderstood. Yeah, there was this traveler from the West and he had these film reels with him. He sold them to us, and they have been playing in the movie houses," Iruka explained. "Number, did you fall asleep during one of my storytellings?" Naruto asked with venom on his tongue. "Aha, ha, no of course not, heh." Iruka grinned sheepishly. Iruka could just imagine the rolling of Naruto's eyes right about now. "Why don't we head over to the Hyuga estate, then you can meet up with Hinata and I can go home and sleep," Iruka said. The tone in his voice said that it wasn't a suggestion. "I'm not sure if Hinata-chan will be done with her training." "Naruto." Iruka's voice dripped with irritation as well as exhaustion. "But you know, we could always go over there just to see her." Naruto sensed Iruka's true meaning. "I'm glad you agree. Let's go," Iruka said while stifling a yawn. Hinata walked along the central path of the Hyuga estate. She had cuts and bruises across her body. She was clearly hurting but she could still stand and walk. She did not wear her jacket. It hurt every time it rubbed against her body. Fortunately, the weather had not changed much, and it was still a pleasant temperature. As she looked up, she saw Naruto and Iruka walking up the main road that led to the main gates. Iruka looked like the walking dead. There was nothing to keep him from falling asleep as he walked. Hinata wondered if he was even awake as he walked, and Naruto was blind, so neither of the two saw Hinata walk up to them. "You two don't look too good," Hinata said, causing the two in front of her to jump in mortal terror. Iruka, seeing who it was, smiled and began walking away. Seeing as he was no longer needed, he could finally go home. "Hinata-chan, we were just coming to meet with you," Naruto corrected himself. Hinata smiled softly before moving to take Naruto's arm. She took hold of his left arm and put it around herself, but she winced and hissed through her teeth when his arm brushed the bruises and cuts that all but covered her body. "Hinata-chan, what's wrong?" Naruto asked, concerned. "Training was unpleasant." Hinata chose her word carefully. "Sorry." Naruto understood. "Is it bad?" Naruto asked. "Imagine your clothes filled with shards of glass," Hinata said. "Ouch." Naruto said. Hinata nodded to herself. "But it was worth the pain," Hinata said proudly. "Have you put any of your ointment on the cuts?" Naruto said. "I've run out," Hinata said. "You can use some of mine." "Aw shoot. I forgot my jacket," Naruto said in anger, feeling only his t-shirt. "It's okay. I don't mind." Hinata smiled at Naruto's good intentions. She saw the expression on his mouth and forehead and smiled again. "Or were you just looking for another thank you kiss like yesterday?" Hinata grinned at seeing the redness under his headband. She put her hand on his jawline and brought his face to hers and joined their lips in a kiss, not as intense as the one they shared yesterday but not as simple as a peck. Hinata brought her head back to look at Naruto. "Thank you anyway," Hinata said before walking Naruto away from the estate. "When will you go and see Tsunade-sama?" Hinata asked. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know, a couple of hours from now." Naruto said. "Okay. What do you want to do until then?" Hinata asked, checking the time. "Well, I'm not hungry. I can't train under pain of death from Obeken." Naruto was struggling. "We could take a walk outside the village," Hinata cut in. "Perfect." Naruto grinned and let Hinata guide him. As they walked, Hinata got the eerie sensation of being watched but shrugged it off as mind tricks from chakra depletion. Iato had taught her how to open specific chakra points to allow her to reactivate her left arm. It took up a noticeable amount of chakra but not enough to make her feel weak. Her left arm felt heavy but mobile and it felt like it was burning, but she pushed all these minor pains and the feeling of being watched to the back of her mind as she focused on Naruto. After her training session, Hinata was feeling tired and weak. The session was shorter than the last one, but what it lacked in duration, it made up for in intensity. Not only had she gained a better understanding of the battlefield, not to mention the 2 milestones of skill and power that she received. Hinata was glowing with pride of herself. She was smiling. She hadn't stopped smiling after the training. She wasn't sure if she should be taking Naruto outside the village, but she reassured herself that it was just a wander outside the gates then coming back. What could happen? As they walked, Hinata noticed the amount of people were waning, as she had seen on previous night. She wondered why. It was beginning to get dark, but it was still relatively early. "I suppose they are afraid of an attack at night. People feel safest when in their homes," Hinata thought. She was almost an expert on reading people and analyzing them at a glance. It was a natural skill. This was what allowed her to see the pain that Naruto bottles up. Despite the decreasing number of people, she could still feel the itching feeling of being watched. It was very unnerving. Once again she just shrugged it off and continued to walk with Naruto. Soon enough the gates came into view. They were open, a rare sight in the attack-fearing time that Konoha was in. There was a pleasant breeze being blown in through the gate. It gave Hinata goosebumps on her exposed arms, but she found it pleasing, especially being with Naruto. She could feel Naruto's bare arm on the back of her neck. His arm was warm and the breeze was having no effect on him. With a content sigh she snuggled in deeper towards Naruto, resting her head on his shoulder, while still making sure that she was keeping him steady and guided. Hinata continued walking. Naruto by her side, there was a single guard that Hinata could see and at least 3 others that she knew would be lurking nearby. The guard eyeballed both Naruto and Hinata but made no attempt to prevent them from leaving. After all, Konoha citizens were allowed to leave and enter the village at will. Though it was harder to enter the village than to leave ever since the Itachi incident. Hinata planned on a gentle stroll outside the gate and through the forest surrounding Konoha, then coming back and heading to the hospital. The moment they walked out of the gates, Hinata felt revitalized. She was away from the hustle and bustle of the village and now, alone with Naruto. She drew a deep breath through her nose, taking in the freshness of the air away from ramen stands, hot springs and bars. Hinata guided Naruto along the dirt road that led away from Konoha. "Where are you taking me, Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked curiously. "Just for a little stroll," Hinata said, "just something that I used to do when father would find me a complete failure. It really helps to get away from it all. Out here, there's no one to look down on you, no expectations to live up to." Naruto became concerned. "Hinata-chan, are you alright?" Naruto asked. "I'm fine, why do you ask?" Hinata turned to look at Naruto's face, she read the expression of concern. "You're fine now, what about before?" Naruto pried, "You seem to have all these little comforts and retreats that you used to come to. Has everything been alright in the past?" "Well, she began but saw the look on his face and couldn't lie to him. Not always fine," Hinata said quietly, her feet beginning to drag. She took a glance behind her and noticed that they were now out quite far, the gates were still just in view. Naruto pulled her to a stop and held both of her arms so that they were face to face. He did this so that he could get a straight answer out of the girl as well as it being easier to comfort her if she got emotional. Hinata looked up from the ground, she had reverted from the confident, new Hinata and the shy version had returned. When her head rose, she looked at Naruto's forehead protector secured over his eyes and saw her own eyes in the reflection, reminding her of all those confrontations with her father about her uselessness. Her head sank again. "I didn't have a pleasant childhood," Hinata said so softly that Naruto almost missed over the wind-blown leaves around them. "Join the club," Naruto said unintentionally harshly. He played back what he said in his head and regretted his word choice. "I mean, I understand. But there must be more to it," Naruto said softly. I used to be able to live with my underachievement, more precisely, my father was able to, he used to have an endless patience with me. Until she left," Hinata said sadly. "Who? My mother," Hinata sniffed. Naruto had no idea how to proceed. "Is she dead?" The sorrow-filled sniff that Hinata gave was a dagger to Naruto's heart. "I hope not. She left on a mission and was never heard from again. That was 5 years ago," Hinata shook slightly. "After that my father became cold, accepting only strength and discarding weakness in the slightest form, including me." "And you came to places like the flower garden or went for a stroll outside the village to clear your head," Naruto said. "I came outside the village to run away," Hinata remembered the childhood experience. "I never made much farther than here before they caught me." "You couldn't have had it that bad, you must have had friends, right?" Naruto asked. Hinata shook her head. "Shino-kun and Kiba-kun were the only friends I had. We only became friends when Team 8 was formed. Before then the only one that gave me any kind of support was you." Hinata briefly looked up. "But I never did anything for you." Naruto once again heard himself and realized how bad he made himself feel. Without giving Hinata a chance to respond, Naruto pulled Hinata close to him and wrapped his arms all the way around her back, resting his forehead on her shoulder. "I'm sorry, should have done something," Naruto said regretfully. Hinata was surprised when Naruto suddenly hugged her, but she didn't mind. Her arms were on his chest and were being held there by the hug. "You couldn't have known what I was going through, it wasn't your fault," Hinata said. "I should have read the signs, I knew what it was like to be alone but I just ignored you. I'm so sorry." Hinata felt him increase pressure on the hug but it wasn't painfully tight. Hinata smiled and kissed his neck. "I forgive you, Naruto-kun," Hinata smiled, but once again, felt the feeling of being watched. Ah, ain't this cute? The brat found a braided. A pair of men jumped down from the trees, one was gesturing towards Hinata. Correct me if I'm wrong, hero, but didn't we tell this monster to get the hell out of our village? One asked. I believe you're correct, Kazoo. The second one stepped forwards. Hinata recognized them both instantly. They were the two guys who they ran into before they found the note on the door of Naruto's old apartment. You too, Hinata said angrily. She jumped back and out of Naruto's hug. He was a bit surprised at what had just happened. You were the ones to leave that note. You threatened to harm Naruto-kun, Hinata growled. Yeah, and you totally ruined the mood here. Three pairs of eyes focused on Naruto, who had missed the point that these two guys were the ones who forced him to move apartment and caused him emotional harm. An almost comical silence ensued. One could almost see the tumbleweed roll past. So anyways, we are going to kill you, monster, Kazoo said, returning the seriousness. Hinata's eyes widened. She thought that they were just going to beat him up, not kill him. Hinata quickly assessed the situation. She could see only one way out of the situation. Naruto-kun, when I say, run like hell, alright. Hinata whispered to Naruto. What? Hell no, I ain't running away, Naruto shouted. Hinata rolled her eyes at his shout. There was a reason for being quiet. Run away. There will be no running away. Not even for your little bitch. We wouldn't want her to blab our names to the Hyuga now, would we? Hiro vanished from sight and appeared behind Hinata, holding her by the arms and around the waist. She struggled but could wriggle out of his grip. She couldn't even bring her foot up behind her to kick him in the crotch. Because of the way he was standing, he was not in striking position. Hinata-chan. Naruto yelled as he ran forwards. He heard Hiro move and grab Hinata from behind. After this he activated his chakra sense and was ready to attack. Problem was that he focused on Hiro and Hinata, that he completely forgot about Kazoo, who promptly stuck a foot out in front of Naruto as he began to run. Naruto's face bounced off the dirt, probably breaking his nose in the process. Ah, whittle bee wind boy can't save his whittle girl FWEND, Kazoo mocked as he leant over Naruto's prone form. Shut up, Naruto said so softly that only Hinata heard it. He slowly rose off the ground, forgetting the pain in his face more for serious problems. Kazoo smiled and pulled his fist back, about to punch Naruto square in the face. As Naruto got to his feet, Kazoo lunged forward, his fist following through, aimed at Naruto's face. A moment before the fist connected, Naruto ducked underneath his fist and threw all of his weight behind his own punch that was now heading towards Kazoo's stomach. Kazoo was caught entirely off guard. He dropped to one knee, clutching his stomach. Struggling to get to his feet with all the wind knocked out of him, Kazoo tried taking a few paces back. Naruto didn't dare give him a chance to recover, remembering back to his fight with Lee, and how the slightest moment of inaction made all the difference. Hinata was looking on with worry. Naruto had gotten hurt bad enough in a fair fight against Lee. He was now facing off with two full-grown men and he still had to worry about her. Hiro didn't seem to give Hinata much room to move, in spite of the fact that his comrade was just knocked back the blind boy. He stayed put, not giving the gentle fist user a chance. Naruto tracked Kazoo with his chakra sense and ran after him, albeit shakily. Without eyesight to keep himself steady, he relied on his hearing and balance to keep himself upright and coordinated. Naruto ran at Kazoo. The silhouette that Naruto saw in his mind's eye indicated that he was struggling to get to his feet. He was either incredibly weak or he was not ready at all for Naruto to suddenly fight him. In any case, Naruto ran directly at him. Why, you fool? Though we may not look it, we are higher class chunin and are not to be taken lightly. Kazoo yelled at the approaching Naruto. Hinata saw Kazoo reach behind his back and pull out a kunai. Her eyes widened. There, chunin. This is bad. We should have ran at the first opportunity. I should never have brought Naruto-kun outside the village. Hinata's eyes teared up, but she did not take her eyes of Kazoo and his kunai. Hiro didn't seem to be doing anything aside from holding her and preventing her from moving, Still she struggled to find any kind of opening to attack and get loose but found none. Kazu threw the kunai with all of his might at Naruto. He sensed something flying towards him, but it was so fast and his chakra sense barely gave a clear reading on a stationary object that he had no idea what it was, until the pain in his thigh. The kunai dug deep into Naruto's mid-thigh. This caused Naruto to fall over, and due to the momentum from his running he rolled when he hit the ground, forcing the kunai in deeper. It seemed miraculous that it missed the main artery and vein in his leg. Hinata became increasingly worried. Naruto tried to get to his feet, but the slightest pressure on his right leg caused him great pain and caused him to fall over yet again, working the kunai in deeper still and further damaging the muscle. Kazu had regained his breath and was once again standing over Naruto's writhing body. Not only had the kunai damaged his leg, but the pain that it caused clouded his mind, disabling him from using his chakra sense to any degree of usefulness. Kazu grinned sadistically as he slowly brought his foot down on Naruto's chest, slowly applying pressure on his ribs. Naruto felt his ribs on the verge of cracking. You do not understand, do you? You're about to die. It's because you are a monster. You didn't honestly think that moving apartment would erase the problem, did you? We do not back down when we decide that something needs changed, or destroyed. Kazu said, smiling more so as he saw Naruto beginning to grit his teeth from the pain in both his chest and his leg. Hinata was squirming and struggling, trying to worm her way out of Hiro's grip in any way he could. Che! Ah! Naruto yelled out a moment after a loud crack was heard, his rib breaking. Hinata ceased moving immediately. Her voice came out as a dark, venomous whisper. I will never forgive you. Hiro looked at the motionless girl that he was holding. Okay Hinata, I know you can do this. Hinata willed herself. She took a deep breath. Planted her feet on a wide base on the ground, slowly raising herself to the balls of her feet. She closed her eyes. She began to release chakra in a spherical movement around her body. With a sudden jerk her body twisted. Kaden! Hinata yelled of all of her lungs as the force of movement and chakra sent Hiro flying backwards. He slid along the ground before coming to a rest. Slowly he raised himself to his hands and knees but promptly collapsed. Hinata was thrown to the ground after she completed her Kaden. She was now lying in a small crater. The world around her was spinning wildly from dizziness. Naruto's head perked up slightly but dropped as a fresh wave of pain set in. Shit! Hiro cursed before collapsing. Kazu's interest was spiked at the sudden fight from the girl. He momentarily ceased his torture of Naruto and made his way over to Hinata's fallen form. Because of Hiro's hold on her, she couldn't form the hand seals required to activate her Byakugan. As such, the spinning movement of Kaden threw her off her center and messed up her balance as she felt dizzy. Usually the Byakugan compensates for this, but without it can cause problems of this nature. She shakily got to her hands and knees before boosting herself onto her feet, albeit off balance, taking a few steps to keep upright. She turned around to see Kazu standing near her, grinning. I never would have thought that the little Hyuga princess would be good enough to fight back. I always thought that she stood at the back and did nothing but cry. Kazu laughed. Hinata stepped forward out of her little crater. Hiro may have been caught off guard, but I am a different level from him. Using the time, Hinata quickly did the hand seals and activated her Byakugan. Veins extruded from around her eyes, the outline of the pupil became visible and the near 360-degree vision was active. The world became clearer for Hinata. The perception given by the Byakugan nullified the dizziness and allowed her to see everything around her. Hiro, lying unmoving, Naruto, writhing in pain but otherwise fine, and Kazu, standing before her, with apparently no qualms about killing her or Naruto. Hinata took a deep breath, tried to block out the ache that the Kaden gave her tenketsu. The first time she tried it with Iyato, it had almost, as Neji said, ripped her body apart. You are weak, Kazu said arrogantly. You are weaker, Hinata threw back. She could see the way the chakra swirled and formed in his body. From this she could tell that he was not adept at molding chakra in any complicated way. No evidence of a bloodline. His muscles looked only above average. hinting that he favored taijutsu like Lee, but Kazu wasn't nearly as strong as Lee, judging from the muscle size and the fact that Kazu had no scars or evidence of stress on the muscles like she saw on Lee's. He probably favored playing a number advantage on supposedly weaker opponents. He disgusted Hinata. "You will now pay for what you have done to Naruto-kun," Hinata said, preparing to attack. "Why do you care for him so?" Kazu asked in amused interest. "I owe him my life, I am the only one that knows him for who he is, I'm all he's got. I love." Hinata's explanation was interrupted when Kazu suddenly lunged for Hinata. It annoyed her greatly. Being interrupted was pretty high on her list of peeves. As she had predicted, Kazu seemed to be unskilled, not even using chakra to strengthen him muscles. Kazu ran and jumped at Hinata, bringing out a beautifully crafted custom knife. "He's a poser as well." Hinata saw the knife. It was beautifully made, jewels lined the handle and a fabric tail was tied to the bottom of the handle. This was a blade not meant for killing, it was meant for display or for ceremonial practices. A weak chunin such as himself could not afford such a weapon. So he's an interrupter, a poser and a thief. Hinata now held a severe hatred towards this man. Kazu threw his hand forwards in an attempt to plunge the blade deep into Hinata's gut. She merely sidestepped and hit the tenketsu on the arm that held the blade. As a result, he dropped the knife. "You bitch," Kazu spat angrily. He threw his entire body to the side to try and catch Hinata off guard and gain the advantage. No such luck. Hinata tensed her calves and quadriceps like a spring and jumped into the air and over Kazu, slamming a heel into the back off his head as hard as she could as she passed over his head. Kazu slid across the ground, nearing Naruto, who had calmed down and was trying not to move. Kazu raised himself to his hands and knees. "You will now pay for that," Kazu said. He tried to get up but fell down onto his backside. He was passing his hand in front of his eyes frantically. I can't see. What the hell?" Kazu said. "Join the club." He heard Naruto's voice. Naruto was slowly getting to his feet. Wincing from the pain would be an understatement. His face conveyed a look that said, mind-numbing, agony. "Naruto-kun, you shouldn't really get up," Hinata said softly. "There's just one thing I have to do." Naruto winced heavily at the raise of his voice. He knew that there was a possibility that he had broken ribs, or at least cracked. Despite the pain, he trudged towards Kazu. Ignoring the pain, released his chakra from his hands at Kazu, feeling his shape. "Hey," Naruto said. Despite his sightless state, Kazu looked towards where he heard the voice. The next thing he felt was an extremely heavy impact to his nose. Naruto shook his fist after Kazu had his nose compacted. "Man, he has a hard nose," Naruto said, simultaneously clutching his fist and ribs. Hinata looked at the fallen bodies of both Hiro and Kazu before returning her sights on her upright boyfriend. "You don't look so worse for wear," Hinata said. "You could have helped me, you know. You were amazing. You didn't need help," Naruto said proudly. "Maybe, but they were weak." Hinata blushed from embarrassment. She looked up just in time to see Naruto approach her. His arms circled around her as he hugged her. Hinata pouted as Naruto pulled away suddenly. What's wrong?" Hinata asked worried. "Nothing. Just my ribs," Naruto said nervously. Hinata smiled softly and leaned forward, being careful not to touch his upper body, and kissed him, a short and sweet one but just the more meaningful. "Let's go home," Hinata said. Naruto nodded, speechless. Hinata quickly looked over Naruto's body with her enhanced eyes to check for injury. He had bruised ribs and a few cracked ribs. It wasn't serious, just painful. The kunai in his leg was in pretty deep but it had only caused repairable muscles damage. Aside from that, he was perfectly fine. She switched off her Byakugan before her eyes wandered too low. With a slight blush, she took Naruto's arm and slung it over her shoulder to keep the W height off his leg and led him back towards Konoha, albeit slowly and carefully in mind of his injury. It took a while but soon they were passing through the gates once more. The guard they saw earlier glanced up and did a double take. He jogged over to them. "You alright?" the guard asked. He's fine, but you should make a note to arrest two Konoha Chunins by the names of Kazu and Hiro. The guard nodded and waved them through the gate. Maybe you should get him to a hospital, the guard suggested. Hinata nodded politely. Hinata led Naruto through the streets to the hospital. The sun had set since the incident with Kazu and Hiro. She wondered absently if the two Chunin would be brought to justice or if they would just not come back, become missing nin. Naruto had been quiet, but Hinata understood why. Judging from the facial expressions and his body language made clear that he was in pain from simply breathing and walking. Talking may just be too painful. Hinata stayed quiet so not to provoke Naruto into a conversation. There was an air of apprehension over the two. They both knew that this would be the hospital visit that ultimately determined Naruto's ability to ever see again. Hinata wasn't sure if it was her or Naruto that was the cause of them going so slow. Hinata briefly looked up from Naruto to see that they were outside the hospital gates. With a deep breath, she continued onward. "We're here, Naruto-kun," Hinata whispered. Naruto nodded. Hinata walked forward ahead of Naruto to open the doors for him. Feelings of nostalgia arose in Naruto at the smell of the hospital. He remembered his initial visit at the start of the week. He quickly shook it off though. Hinata guided Naruto up to the front desk. The nurse behind it was not the one Hinata had met at the start of the week. This one looked self-centered. She sat reading a fashion magazine and was incessantly chewing some gum. Excuse me, we need to see a doctor," Hinata said. The nurse looked up from her magazine, looking annoyed. "Really? Is that why you came to AHOSPITAL?" The nurse said extremely sarcastically. Both Naruto and Hinata took an instant dislike to this nurse. "Just get us a doctor," Hinata forced a smile onto her face. Of course, the nurse matched the fakeness of Hinata's smile. Naruto felt the tension in the air and wisely stayed quiet. The nurse flipped through a folder on the desk. "Dr. Amato is free. Down that corridor, hang a right, 2 doors." The nurse returned to her magazine and pointed to the corridor next to the desk. "Thanks." Hinata kept the smile on her face until her back was turned. Hinata led Naruto down the corridor. "Hinata-chan, is something wrong?" Naruto was getting used to the pain, but he was noticing some changes in Hinata. "I'm just a little annoyed. Those two thugs, then that nurse." Hinata took a breath to calm down. "I'm sorry, I'm just a little worked up." Naruto stayed quiet. Hinata followed the vague directions from the nurse and reached a door that read, "Dr. Amato." She knocked on the door and let herself and Naruto in. The room was quite small, but it was enough to house a basic bed for initial observations, and a desk at which a small man sat finishing off what were presumably patient reports. He turned around to see the two. "You don't have an appointment, what do you want?" he asked. His tone was neutral. "He was attacked by two Chunin. He has bruised and cracked ribs, as well as some minor cuts and bruises," Hinata explained. Amato's face softened as he rose from his seat. "All right, have a seat on the bed, young man, you're blind." Amato said, surprised at seeing Naruto's forehead protector across his eyes. "Yep," Naruto said simply. "Two Chunin attacked a blind boy," Amato said in disbelief. "Doctor." Hinata reminded Amato of Naruto's injuries. "Huh, oh of course. No problem." Amato moved over to Naruto. A purple chakra surrounded his hand as he swept it lightly across Naruto's body, assessing the damage. "Only some minor injuries, nothing serious." "You haven't removed the kunai," Amato said, taking a closer look at the kunai, hilt deep in Naruto's thigh. "I didn't want to accidentally cut any arteries," Hinata said. Amato looked up then back at the kunai. "All right, okay then. What's your name?" Amato said. "Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto straightened up and patted his chest, only to cause a fresh wave of pain on his damaged ribs. "Okay, Naruto. I'm going to count to 3 and I'm going to pull the kunai out. Take deep breaths." Naruto nodded, and took a deep breath. 1. Amato quickly and sharply pulled the kunai from Naruto's leg, then quickly put his hands on his thigh over the wound. His hands were now surrounded by a green chakra that was repairing the muscle and sealing the wound. Do no harm, Doc. Do no harm. That ring any bells? Naruto said through gritted teeth. Before too long the pain had dulled into a light tingle in his leg. Wow, that feels better, thanks. Amato smiled before getting to work on his ribs. It seems the cracks have developed into small fractures. Has he been walking around? He asked Hinata. We walked from outside the village to here, Hinata informed him. Okay. Still not a problem. He focused the green chakra on Naruto's damaged ribs. The process took no more than a couple of minutes. When Amato stepped back, Naruto moved around slightly to get a feel for his newly healed ribs. Feels better, thanks, Naruto smiled. Don't mention it. Now, as to the condition with your eyes, Amato moved forward. Tsunade-sama is going to look at his eyes, Hinata said. Oh right, you want me to send for her? Amato offered. Yeah, that'd be great. These bandages are really starting to itch, Naruto said. I'd appreciate it if you omit the part about my injuries to Tsunade Obeken, Naruto added, remembering the scolding he had received from her after his fight with Lee. I'll be right back. Amato quickly left, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone in Amato's office. Nervous? Hinata asked. A little. Tsunade was at her desk writing out a few reports when Shizune barged in. Tsunade-sama, wake up. Shizune stopped abruptly when she saw Tsunade doing her work. Why does everyone assume that I only sleep in here? I swear, you doze off every once in a while and you get branded for life. Tsunade shook her head. Shizune shook her head clear of surprise. We just received a call from the hospital. Naruto-kun is there, Shizune said calmly. Tsunade looked confused. Oh yeah, I'm meant to be taking his bandages off, aren't I? Tsunade said. Right, I'll be right over. Tsunade grabbed her green coat from the stand and walked out her office, Shizune tailing her to make sure she doesn't try and duck out of her duties. Tsunade shook her head as she felt Shizune following her. You got no faith in me, Shizune, she sighed. Amato led Tsunade down the corridor to his office where Naruto and Hinata were. She opened the door at the disadvantage of Naruto and Hinata. Obviously they had interrupted a personal moment between the two, if judging from the swollen lips and red faces. Should we come back? Tsunade laughed at the two, they were both too embarrassed to say anything. Alright, let's do this, Tsunade said seriously. Hinata, wait outside. Amato, dim the lights, Tsunade ordered. Hinata opened her mouth to protest, but the look she got from Tsunade set her right. She slowly walked outside the room and sat at one of the chairs outside the door. Never once taking her eyes off the closed door. Inside the room, the lights had been dimmed. Naruto was lying down on the bed. Tsunade checked Naruto's eyes with a jutsu. Alright Naruto, this may sting a little, Tsunade said as she removed his forehead protector and placed the fingertips of her index, middle and ring finger of each hand over Naruto's eyes. The bandages were still in place. Tsunade focused a heavy concentration of chakra through her fingertips in a very complex form and into his eyes. Naruto's face contorted in agony. A sharp hiss was emitted through Naruto's clenched teeth. Almost there Naruto, Tsunade said soothingly. Naruto couldn't hear the words clearly but could feel the tone. It calmed him slightly, but still he was writhing in pain. Hinata became increasingly worried as she heard Naruto's movements and his sounds of pain. She forced herself to stay put. Right, okay, I'm done, Tsunade said as she removed her hands from Naruto's face. How do you feel? If I were to describe it, my head feels lighter, Naruto said, shaking off the pain. Right, now I'm going to remove your bandages, Tsunade said as she began unwrapping the long bandage that went around his head, leaving only the two individual patches that covered each eye. Now, cover your eyes, keep your hand in front of them, Naruto did as he was told. Tsunade slipped her hand underneath his hands and removed the two patches. With an audible gulp she continued. And now, look down, slowly take your hands away and carefully bring your head up, Tsunade held her breath as she watched Naruto's head dip in the almost unlit room, and slowly his head raised. She could hear hisses of pain, but more than that, she could see sparkles of light hitting in his eyes. Amato, get the lights slightly brighter. Amato turned the knob of the light control. The room almost had a glow to it. Naruto's hand that had shielded his eyes dropped in his lap as he let out a breath that sounded like a laugh. Hinata couldn't hear any sound from inside the room. Her heart was beating so hard, she could hear it in her ears. Slowly, the door in front of her opened. She saw the black t-shirt, blonde hair and blue eyes of Uzumaki Naruto. She rose from her seat and took a hesitant step forward. NN Naruto K-kun. Hinata softly said. Naruto smiled and took a step forward towards Hinata. He shakily placed his hands on Hinata's face and smiled. You have beautiful eyes, Hinata-chan, Naruto said. Hinata's heart practically stopped. She dove forwards and tackled Naruto in a hug. Naruto-kun, I'm so happy for you. Hinata had a few tears running down her cheeks as she hugged Naruto. She almost didn't hear what he said next. How I wish I could see them one last time, Naruto said sorrowfully. Hinata stopped immediately.